Yeah. Why does that look so weird? No. 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 Full Metal Jacket. The full London system. Okay. That's exciting. Anyway, alright. Here we are. So, guaranteed to gain 800 ELO points in 1 week. Buy the box set and get half off. What's up? All right. Anyway, while we gather around, I'd like to just wait for a few people. Hey, everybody, how are you? It's my favorite viewers. All right. So here's the deal. Today's Thursday, and that means it's time to analyze chess games together. It is the first Thursday since last Thursday when I left after a very short stream, so we didn't get to finish or even almost get started our analysis from last week. We have Mr. Slow game. I have a game from Pili M. I have a game from Redusa. I have a game from Yabatis. I have a Richard Smith game. And I have something called Chapter 4, which actually I don't remember who that is. And maybe that was Sung Prism. I don't know. I don't know who Chapter 4 was, and maybe we'll figure it out. And then there's someone who's sent in Chapter 7. So you guys will help me figure this out. I can probably do some research. You left. I did yours last week. What are you talking about? Bro. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, we did yours last week. I did a 40-minute analysis of your game last week. You know that, right? Were you not here? What do you mean till move 5? Dude, we analyzed your game for like 40 minutes. I did a 40... Are you serious? I took it out of the study. Bro, I analyzed one of the games for like 40 minutes. It must have been yours. Was there another game before that? Till only move 5? Come on. Alright, let me see. Bro, I mean, I streamed for like 40 minutes last week. We must have done at least one game. I was pretty sure. That stream didn't get posted. Alright, let's see. Whatever. Whatever, yeah, sure. Where's the game? Where's the game you sent me? That was it? Vasily Vladaki. Till move 5. Maybe we only did till move 5? Really? Is it possible? What was I doing for 40 minutes? Was there another game? I don't understand. Not like I was drunk or something. I don't understand. I did until bishop g4. So, well, that's when? That's move 12. You said move 5. Alright. I love how the most popular study on Lichess is the full London system. Bro. Just throw it in the trash. Throw it in the trash. In the trash. Gonna self-mute for the stream today. Bro, it's an analysis stream. That doesn't seem right. But whatever you'd like to do, sir, it is your democratically elected right to mute yourself. You have the right to mute yourself and remain silent. If you do not mute yourself and remain silent, you can and will be held responsible for the things you say. All right. Mirror on the Edge is back. It's Groundhog Day, so you got a new game, Arsenal fans. We didn't do your game from last week, but that's fine. Just I have to juggle them. Dude, I'm like tired all the time. This coffee is gonna change my life. Fucking beta blockers. I take the tiniest amount of those drugs. Hussar? Who's sorry now? So, who's sorry now? Motherfucker. Are you doing analysis? Oh no. No. I'm just here to have like rage tilt and yell at people. Alright. Arsenal fan is self-muting, so I'm gonna try to add his game. Same as the last game. Drew Smith versus Nick Jones. I think that's the game I had in there for last time. Whatever. Alright. Alright, I think we were on the right track. Yeah. Right, I just didn't do it last week. Get it? Got it? Good. Mute yourself or else. So Camel Cruncher? Camel Cruncher is here. Oh no. Mirror on the Edge versus Vasily Vidaki. This is a game we started last week, but my stream got fucked up. You saw 50 ratings, so you came. It's hard to get Spieler in one of my streams. We have to use clickbait. What a sucker. Spieler, did I ask you this question already? Were you playing in the Hungarian Team Championship, but your team is like in the second division or something? Is that what happened? I couldn't remember. I'm like, where's Spieler? Why aren't you in the first division? Or you just quit chess or something? I think you came to one of my streams like a while back, but I forgot. My team miraculously didn't get relegated. Alright, we're having MVP voting this weekend, so vote for me for the team, the best team player for my team. Oh wait, you guys can't vote. Just me. Okay. I'm voting for myself. Is that wrong? You can skip the Bishop G4. Thank you, Captain. We're skipping to Bishop G4. Alright, so this is where we left off last week, and I don't like the fact that Black plays Bishop G4. We talked very briefly about this before I had a rage melt and had to leave. Nothing to do with the stream. You know, I didn't rage. You know, it was an internal rage. Not important now. We're with Division 3 champions this year, so going up to Division 2. Yeah. Or Division 1. It's like, however you want to call it. It's fine. That's what I figured. Okay. Alright, good. Good. Of course you were. Alright, so Bishop G4 and then F3. Now Bishop E2 should be considered. Bishop G4 is a weird move, you know, I mean, because like either F3 or Bishop E2 is possible. And honestly, I don't think like either of those moves is really bad, but Black's idea, he's an IM. His idea is that, you know, he could like induce you to put your bishop on E2, but honestly, like your bishop is good on B5. So say you play bishop E2 and Black plays bishop F5, then you just play bishop B5 anyway. You know, previously there was this position, right? Rook e1, a5, bishop f1. I mean, that wasn't necessary. You know, there were fork tricks, but the position changed. When black played rook e8, d5, cd5, ed5, then this square became weak. This is a different story now, you know. Your bishop can go to b5. So, you know, I just don't like bishop g4. It looks very artificial. And I think both bishop e2 and f3 are probably good moves for white, although f3 weakens your structure. You've got to watch the diagonal. Yeah, I mean, there's some tactics. F3 weakens your position a little bit, but there's another plus to bishop g4. I mean, I guess if you play f3, yeah, you lose control of h5. But I mean, you know, this is a very safe move, honestly. I think I would err on the side of caution if I were you and play bishop e2, because exchanging pieces generally speaking, that's good for the side that has less space. But I mean, this is his good bishop, man. It's a Sveshnikov or Sicilian or Spanish, where, you know, I mean, honestly, his bishop is a good piece. So this exchange is favorable for you. I mean, chess is weird because there are these positions where sometimes, like, there are conflicting principles. Camel culture. What do we think of g4 after bishop h5? We think it's complicated, and g4 leads to me losing a lot of games. I think I play g4 too often. I think I like bishop e2 better, honestly. But we'll see, okay? So bishop g4, I like this better. But anyways, I'm saying conflicting principles. If you play this, you might say, well, you're letting the player with less space trade pieces, right? But this is a particularly good exchange for white. Obviously, you could take either way, but I think not blocking this is more logical. Very good control of the white squares all over the place. You know, black could turn around and get in somehow bishop g5 and maybe trade off the bishop on c1. But I think there's some problems, you know. I mean, these squares look weak, you know. Anyways, all right, so you decided to play f3, and then black plays bishop h5. As I said last week, I think like bishop d7 is a reasonable move. But again, you know, my old friend David Vigorito, who's a very good positional player and an excellent space player, he oftentimes in the King's Indians would go for this exchange anyway. You know, if black plays bishop d7, I mean bishop d5 in a Petrosian King's Indian or something like that, this is often a very strong move. So I think the guy probably doesn't want that, first of all. And then here, yeah, what do we think about g4? Well, did I call you a caveman last week, Camel Culture? I mean, that was yesterday. Oh, Arsenal called it. Maybe he wouldn't exchange though and let you take. Well, yeah, say there's not a lot of ways to do that. I mean, maybe like h5 or something. We're double threatening g4. What's he gonna do? Play h5? Queen c8? I mean, some kind of weird move like that. Not a major consideration. Yeah, so now g4, caveman culture. Right. Yeah, good caveman culture. Crunchy caveman. Caveman culture submitted a game. Herman. Oh my god, look at all those time signs, signatures. Herman versus Roy. Hey Roy, what's up? Herman. Hermano. That should be your name. Hermano. Can I put that in? Add a new chapter here, paste. Was there someone else that wanted a game? By the way, does anybody remember who these last games were? Chapter 4. It was a bishop e5 check Sicilian. Is that like Sung Prism or something? And game 8, round 2, me. I think that was King's Indian. 1500 Indian. Dude, the guy yesterday, he was going to report me for implying that he might be a cheater. I love that. Report me to who? Like Kash Patel? Who are you going to report me to? Do you remember the Finnish IM who reported me for bullying him? I love that guy. Fuck you. All right. Anyway, so yeah, he was nuts. He'll send me some whiskey. I'm a warrior. I'm a chess warrior. You know, I played 10 rounds in the Hungarian Team Championship. I offered one draw, and it was accepted. In the World Senior, no draws. I'm a warrior. Warrior culture. All right, anyway. So bishop g4, f3, bishop h5. All right, so you're asking about g4 seriously? Yes, it's a legal move. Why would we want to do that? When I see g4, I see dead people. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a very dangerous and risky undertaking, and I don't think that's really... Personally, I don't like f3 compared to bishop e2. But anyway, here we are. g4 is a move. What can you say about it? I mean, you know, you can try to go nuts. Camel Culture asked the question. You want to go nuts with like h4? I mean, consistent, be consistent. And then you'd have to deal with potential h5 or potential h6. Not to mention other weird... Yeah, I don't know if there's any other weird moves. He could always sack a piece and stuff. I mean, it's very... I'm sorry, yeah. No, I don't like g4. You know, whatever. I like his bishop on h5. He's going to have to lose time playing bishop g6 anyway. No, but I mean, we're going to forever have to be worried about this. This is a really weird position. So you play knight c4. You know, by the way, if you stick your bishop on b5, black, I think this is kind of where I left off last week. I might have mentioned the fact that, you know, rook f8 may actually be a good thing for black in a lot of cases. So, I mean, still, that's a move you might play to solidify your grip on the position in some cases. So counterculture likes bishop b5. Well, I mean, there's also knight f1. I mean, that's a very useful maneuver, by the way. You kind of give yourself a little more room, elbow room, for things like this. So let's say he could interpose his knight, but it's a self-pin. I mean, I'm thinking rook f8. Now, this is one of the possibilities that you have. So, yeah, it's very complicated. It's very complicated, Uber driver. Yes. Yes, it is. I could spend all day on this position, right? But we have a lot of strong players here. Schieber, Spieler. What happened to you? Why do you fight so much? No, I mean, I was pissed, man. I mean, it's enough, right? Once last year, I lost these rating points. Embarrassing, you know, down to 22, whatever. It's like, forget it, man. No more. I'm getting my points back, and then it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mrs. Nice Guy. What happened to me? I know, I was so nice before. No more Mrs. Nice Guy. No. I just want to kill people now. Or just win draw on endgames and have people just give me free points. Bishop h5, knight c4, bishop g6. Okay, it's very complicated. I'm not going to go over everything. I like bishop e5 too. White has more space. This is the one problem. And you go knight b5. So okay. I mean, this is not like an over-the-board game, right? I mean, this is a simul game. But my feeling is, what the fuck are we doing? I've got to go through these games a little bit quicker. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the games yesterday. Yeah. You know, the problem is, like, we have zero reinforcement of control of e4. Bishop d4 was great. I don't remember. Were you talking about me? Someone else. Gamma culture. Um, bro, what's up, Antonio? Is one of those games yours in this list here today? Did you send me a game from last week? Morales, was one of these yours? Like, or no? Nope, today. I love the Lichess messaging system. It works so well, you know. Hey guys, if you want to contact me for lessons, use the... No. Really? Today? What? You're not even on my list. You're not even like on my recent contacts list. What the fuck, man? No, seriously. Are you kidding? Well, he means he hasn't. You haven't. Bro, everybody's confusing me. So knight b5, this is move I don't get it, you know. I don't really get it. We're losing control of e4. But white's like still okay. Black's position is so bad that white makes weird moves and black is still worse. He has no space. b6. And now, oh my god, f4. Bro, this is insane. I don't really like b6. But I mean, what's he supposed to do? And then, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you know, you look like you're playing very, very loosely. Well, alright. This is a risky move. And d6 looks like it's in trouble, right? But let's think about this objectively. You really opened yourself up with f4. So I'm thinking like maybe black has to find some kind of tactics here. I mean, give up the d6. I mean, he can't just like passively defend. Yeah, no, I'm thinking take on f4, honestly. It's like play it like a Benoni. I mean, black's got to find a way to be active here. There's bishop h5. At some point, I feel like I don't know how this works tactically, but I feel like somehow between this and this, you know, maybe black can get some tactics going. This is not really a very comprehensive and systematic argument, but I also don't really like this. We have such a secure blockade of e3. I mean, there's weaknesses around, and it doesn't seem like black's going to be able to take advantage of them if he closes the center, you know? Can black sacrifice this pawn? He could also play knight b7. You know, like, it's horrible, but, like, theoretically, I guess you could go there. That's truly horrible. Truly horrible. Just, but hypothetically possible, right? And, you know, this is like, ouch. But maybe it's not so clear. Knight here takes on there. That probably wins a piece. I mean, knight b7 is not my plan. I could cheat and turn on the engine, but I'm not going to do that. It's a very strong trash compactor. So f4, for lack of a better plan, and then black plays e4. So what does the computer say? Yeah. Intuitively, there's another move like knight e4, something weird, but intuitively I feel this is right, and the engine also thinks it's best, but it's +1 for white. But give up the pawn, anything, man. I mean, I just feel it instinctively that this is not good. This is not good. You know, this is really not good. White has made a lot of pawn moves, and the king is open a little bit. I also don't like b6 for black, by the way. That doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, you got... I know there's a knight on c4, but b6 just clogs up everything, makes c6 weak. I mean, is it really necessary to overprotect a5 here? I don't think that b6 is a good move, dude. Weakening c6 is a really bad scene, you know? So, f4, e4, bishop e3. It looks like Farogo Ivan is playing the white side of a King's Indian now. I mean, you also have knight e3. And it's the ultimate Latvian or something like that. I mean, brah. I mean, I know bishop e3 is like a more developing kind of move, but I mean this and this and the knight on e3. Knights are the ultimate blockaders, right? Not bishops. Bishop e3, okay, it's a developing move, but it reinforces g4. Your bishop can get in the game. It just has to wait, you know. But I mean, no. I mean, now I'm really playing g4. And you're gonna have to sacrifice a piece. And I don't really believe in it, but I guess you could try. Arsenal would definitely do this. Are you serious? Oh, have check. You can't do f5. So bullshit. You know that it's a bullshit sort of scam sacrifice. Shouldn't be good enough for black. But I like 93. He goes here. This is also okay, but we're spoiled for choice, right? Huge position. Now h5. That's probably a good move. And it might even be a good move against knight e3 too. Yeah. h3. Okay, h4. Yeah, and the blockader makes way for another blockader. Then h5. Uh-oh. This I don't like. You have f5. Bro, you have f5 winning a piece? Okay. f5 wins a piece. Enough said. Yeah. Surely you had a better move than h3. I'm sure, but at the same time, it's reasonable. He didn't want to get surprised by knight to g4. I mean, Camel Culture, he has like a very, very solid style, and he doesn't want to allow any kind of, you know, very slight control of the position for black. But yeah, I mean, obviously h3 isn't absolutely necessary. It's kind of a knee-jerk reaction. You can move the bishop off, and knight g4 doesn't really do anything. I mean, I think it's okay, but I think Camel Culture deserves to be heard here. You know, I agree. Like, this move, it's not the most flexible. Allowing h4, you know, we'd like to do the g3 h3 when the h4 can be met by g4, and then, you know, there's no locking our pawn structure here. This allows our pawn structure to be locked with h4. Now we don't have g4, so it's like this move, and now knight h5 is clearly a blunder. But what's he supposed to play? He has to play something awkward now. Knight h7, looks like. Black's position is bad. It's very bad. White controls like, you know, 5/8 of the board, right? I mean, this is all white, and black is here. You know, this is serious spatial domination. Have you considered rook a3? I mean, this is clearly a King's Indian now. It happens on move 23. I didn't get this far last week, so let's just see. 95, you miss f5. Black played not so good in this game. Knight g3, and now knight d4. So, okay, this is a beautiful square, but your knight was good on b5 as well. Bishop f6, yes. Knight c6, queen c7, and now, yeah, we don't want to play c3, obviously, for many reasons. But I'm nervous about the fact this pawn is not blockaded. I love rook a3 too, but what the heck is going on with the fact that our opponent's e4 pawn is not blockaded? That really is bad. He has so many things coming to e4 if he shows that pawn down your throat. Here, 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 you know. I mean, maybe black needs to play e3 no matter what, you know. Otherwise, he's a dead man. I mean, you can die now or you can die later. I mean, it's really up to black. If you seal him off with knight e3, I don't know. Or even bishop e3 again. His knight f5. What other counterplay does he have? Okay, I guess you have to win the game somehow now. You don't have a pawn break. But maybe he needs to consider this. Desperation. Yeah, bishop d4 is a reasonable move. This is still a thing, though. That could be very, like, discombobulating. Rook a3 is a move I wanted to play anyway. And now knight f5 controlling the... What happened here makes Camel Culture's comment about playing h3, you know, look, valid. Like, the knight got away with this, you know. He got his knight to f5 where it's actually not bad. And this is rather awkward. You know, if I were you... Now you can't move your knight because your b2 pawn hangs to blockade here. What are you going to do? Like, rook b1. Rook b1. This pawn sack is still in the air. He has, like, knight e4. By the way, if e3 right away... I mean, I would be, like, crapping myself. Black's starting to get coordinated, you know. I think you're taking risks by leaving that pawn unblockaded without using the engine to come up with moves here. We cannot play knight e3 because of this hanging pawn on b2. So now queen c1 defending the pawn. And that also gets you out of forks, so this is probably still a thing, but not as dangerous without knight e4. But I don't, you know, I feel like black this whole game played rather badly. It's an I am giving a simul though, so it's not easy. He probably doesn't have full attention. Knight e7, rook e7, knight e3. Boom. Okay, lock it down. And b2 is protected. We're back to, you know, Nimzovich 101. And now the very strange king h8. Black is clearly having trouble coming up with moves. King h8. When f5, okay, is rather committal. King h8. That's bizarre, right? And what's the plan? To, like, bring the bishop back? To play rook g8? He's going to attack you with rook g8 and g5. Knight g4 surely? I don't know, man. Camel Culture goes in a casino and he, like, wins $10 on the slot machines and immediately goes to the cashier and cashes it out. No, I don't know. Knight g4 is surely a good move, but is it the best move? That's what he did. Cashing out. True, maybe there's nothing better. We could take our time, you know, like, again, bishop b5. Is there a problem with bishop d4, speaking of Morales? Probably not a big deal, but it is possible. I mean, maybe timing is everything here. Maybe it is necessary to do this. I still think that black should have played this like 80 times already. It's probably too late, but, you know. Rook g8, oh my god. And so this is the idea, okay. And that's nice, but I don't think so. Black's position is too compromised. He's lost. The dark squares are just gone, dude. After that. So Camel Culture's right. as always. Um, this was kind of a massacre. It has the appearance of a massacre, but it feels a lot like Black really did not ever want to try to take some kind of, you know, risk to sack a pawn or something. You have bishop f2 here, when Black will have to play e3. No, he's going to take on d5. Okay. King h1. Just a question, though. Why h1 and not h2? Generally speaking, I think you want to go on the dark square. But it's probably not a big deal. I mean, particularly in this situation, this is like winning position for white. You probably have f5 at some point. Maybe not. Here's a risky move. King's in defense, yeah. What's up? Why does bishop e5 restrict Black, actually? Well, I don't know anybody said it restricted Black. I felt it was kind of like solidifying white a little bit. I mean, you know, a4 pawn, c6 square. The d5 pawn was restricting Black. That's gone now. This is a risky decision to give up, you know, into the opposite colored bishop, but if you got it, you got it. I mean, do you have this? He's got bishop h7 at the end. If your plan is to play f5, right, you'd have to play it right away. But then he has queen takes f5. So, I guess you just do g4. Your king should have been on h2, obviously. Now it really looks like it should have been on h2. Because you got g4 and f5. Game over. He makes battery on the c file. He can't play g4. Come on, Pilly. That's nice, but Black's nowhere close to a battery on the c file. It's a point. It's a point. But I don't think... Yeah, I mean, White's not committed to playing g4 either, but we can always play c3 or rook c3 or bishop c3. Anyway, it's an interesting game. I can't cover every possibility here. And now Black resigned. It's a weird moment to resign, but yeah, White is objectively winning. 3 connected pass pawns. Okay, anyway, it was like... Even I wouldn't offer queen trade on move 34. No, I mean, opposite colored bishops you're supposed to be attacking. But I don't know what the time situation was. Maybe there was some time issue. Although his queen is strong, you know, your plan is usually to attack on opposite colors. It's just that it's not easy to get to like h4. I mean, this is the obvious move. Then e3 check, and then king h2. This is dying anyway. I mean, Black can trade queen, so like queen e2 or something. That would be pretty annoying. So, but I don't know, realistically, how easy it is for us here. Queen e3, you have to creep over, right? Okay, blockade first. You'd have to blockade first, probably with the queen. A Schieber Spieler would work this out. If I had time, I would work it out. You know, we're going to win eventually with g4. Alright, good game. Anyway, we got to move on because there's a lot of games I didn't get to from last week. This is Mr. Slow's game from last week. You know, he hasn't been here. And I've got no positive news about Asterbait. Asterbait seems to be... He hasn't gone in for his fingerprints and photos, so... I'm really worried about Asterbait. He could be homeless, dead, in a mental institution, and we have no info. But Mr. Slow is still alive. Do I need to resubmit the game? No. So this is Mr. Slow, who came last week and donated $30 to the stream. He still says he's like unemployed, but at least he came in and we know he's okay. This is so Mr. Slow playing white. I would think so. Let me check. Mr. Slow. Mr. Slow. That's an old message. Don't read my messages, because it's like really ancient from years ago. Have you looked at my last OTB game for Thursday night? Yeah, well, I can only guess that he's white. I mean, I'm assuming he's white. He doesn't play stupid shit like this for black. So Mr. Slow is white. It's D4, D5, C4, C6. Actually, I don't know. He doesn't play the Slav. I mean, he has to be white here, and white won. So anyway, Mr. Slow, if you're out there, hope you're well. Knight F3, Knight F6, Knight C3, and so A6 Slav. All right, I haven't looked at this in a long time. I remember when the first started to be popular in the early 90s, no, mid 90s, right? It was around 1990, 94. The first move we ever looked at is 95. That rarely played. Alright, so white plays G3. And I don't know anything about this. Well, the thing is, A6 was played like tons and tons in the 90s. And it never stopped being playable. But I guess things just can't be popular forever, you know? So maybe it's come to the point where it's like underrated. It's quite playable for black. Practicing always, obviously, listen to me because he's sending in a game again. G3, G6. That's I've never played this position for white. I guess it makes some sense though. You can always do a G6. I mean, I would imagine it's like critical to take the pawn. And it's also like possible to do one of these like B5 things. But G6 is kind of like trying to not react. I've never played this for white. G3, I mean, I've tried to play it against other things, but Dingley Ren Kamsky, 2013. Dude, where's Dingley Ren? He's still around. The Chinese players, they just like, what's the deal? Like, they can't travel freely as much to tournaments as they used to. Doesn't seem like they're very active, except for maybe, actually, more to the Chinese women. All right, G6, Bishop G2, Bishop G7, Castle, Castle. So black's not interested in trying to take the pawn, which feels like it would be more of an acid test. This is how like Nefedov would play black. Playing in the China Team Championships. I mean, he was world champion theoretically, right? Like, he's retired now. All right, Castle's Rook E1. So Mr. Slow, yeah, like black doesn't do anything. What are we supposed to do? I would like default like B3, but it's obviously kind of lame. Could you play A4? I mean, there was this GM from Hungary, Horvath Peter. He always seemed to play A4, A5 in every game. He was a queen pawn player. C5 is a thing. It's always a thing. I mean, it's always a thing when black plays like C6 and A6 for sure. I'm surprised no one played it here, but it's always a thing. But obviously, thematically, you know, white has refused to play that for C5 is the thing right away. I mean, it's like the main line, dude. You know, this is the main line. I mean, this is the main line right away. But, you know, Mr. Slow didn't want to do that, so if he didn't want to do it right away, you know, he's probably not inclined to play that structure. not his style or whatever. Now he plays a novelty, rook e1. I'm assuming Mr. So is white here because he didn't specify, and white wins the game. But Mr. So plays both e4 and d4, although more e4 than d4. Yeah, white had the chance to do c5 like 3 times exactly. So this is a TN, rook e1. But it seems like a reasonable move. I mean, black has refused to take on c4, and white has refused to play c5 like 10 times, right? And now black copycats. Like, this is like a massive copycat move. I mean, come on. Black's afraid to do anything. Now he copycats. But it's a very different position for white and for black. I mean, this involves maybe playing e4. Rook e8. You're not even close to playing e5. What's the point? I know that in general that's a plan in the a6 slot, but yeah, it doesn't seem like black should be playing rook e8 here. I mean, he could develop his bishop, he can play b5, he can take on c4. I mean, that's it. You know, those are your options. Yeah, like bishop f5, takes on c4, or b5. I mean, he just like doesn't want to commit to anything. So he plays, I mean, there is, yeah, this is a thing too, actually. I mean, I do play these types of structures in the King's India and Grunfeld. a6 I'm not sure about, but bishop f5, you know, knight e4 is standard. Remember white has like queen b3. So rook e1, rook e8 seems like a strange move. White plays knight e5 now, defending c4, blocking e5, and I'm not sure that's really, you know, I don't think that rook e1 and knight e5 have a lot of connection. Normally when white plays knight e5, black will trade it off, and you'll be like, well, I just traded off my knight. What did I do? You know, what did that accomplish? Like knight d7. See, that's what the guy does. He does knight d7. Bishop f4. But wait a minute now. Ta would sack on f7. Right, Arsenal fan? I knew this Polish guy. He used to sack pieces for, like, just fun. You know, he would play, like, knight f7 and sack a piece for 2 pawns. That's amusing, you know, but I don't think it's sound. But, you know, I think you have to start looking at these weak squares. So I'm thinking takes. But then knight takes e5, d takes e5. What's up here? Knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight takes d5. I mean, we might find a situation where this is maybe good for white. Another maneuver that can happen sometimes is like the knight pops back to d3 into f4 later. But we have no time for that here. Maybe queen b3. I don't like that d4 is completely undefended, and this rook is like, what is this rook doing? You know, it doesn't seem like knight e5 and rook e1 really work together, but black also plays bishop f4. Okay, so this move maybe, what's the point? Like, we take with the pawn. If you take now, we can take with the pawn. So help me God. It's still unclear, though. Black plays e6. Okay, white seems to have a normal Catalan. Now it plays e4. Which way do we take with the bishop or the pawn? Taking with the bishop is like safer. safe or risky? Well, black, I mean, has to take back here, no? And we're just going to have slightly more space, but this pawn on e5 is a little loose. Though this looks pretty good to me. So d takes e5, knight d7. I don't know what black is doing. E takes d, e takes d, c takes d, c takes d, and now bishop takes d5. So it looks like black is slightly worse. If he takes here, he's going to lose a piece. The bishop takes f7 check. Okay, so it's more than slightly worse. He just dropped, wait a second. So knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook e5, rook e5, bishop f7. Bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook takes f5, bishop f7. He can't take an e5, so black's like busted. He's just down a pawn. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I don't understand really, you know, what happened here. I mean, after this, black has to take on e4. No? Could Mr. Slow take with a bishop? I mean, do you guys think? Maybe we consider taking with the bishop and just give up our light square bishop because that's so bad. I don't know. You know, like, this is obviously better for white, but do I want to trade queens? How do we play this? Let's see what the engine says. It just takes on e4 with a big advantage. Yeah. No, this is a star move. This is an excellent move, bishop takes e4. I don't know if Mr. Slow would have found it, but I think so. You give up your bishop for the knight. You have a big grip on those weak squares. But I think that black still had to do that. I mean, the way he played it is just losing. This looks like it's losing, no? Maybe not. Maybe, okay. Here's his last chance. He can take on e5. Doesn't look good. He can take on e5. No? Actually. We can take on e5. And black takes back. And if we take on c6, it feels like black is screwed. Kind of no matter what he does. Maybe rook takes. Rook takes. This is also bad. Everything's bad. It looks like everything's bad for black. I think it's gone. And so black plays this. He's just down a massive distance pawn. Look at this. This is over. Okay, it's hard to win the game. Maybe hard to finish black off. But when you have control of the center like that, black should be lost. I'm sorry, but, you know. There's no danger at all. And white has total control of the center. Take on e5 with the bishop. Yeah, I looked at everything. I think it's all bad. So now this, threatening this. Knight e6. He's passive down a pawn. Can black trick white into making some concessions? So rook d1. Now I expected knight takes f4, but we have bishop takes f7 check. He moves the queen. And now there's some d4. So here's the only thing. Can Mr. Slow maybe like make some mistakes to let black back in the game here? You know, black exchanges on f4, but I'm not sure if that's the right idea. He has knight d4. I guess there's tactics again. Yeah. Take on f7, bishop e3 check. Okay, so he can't. So he does this. And now white takes back with the queen. He could take with the pawn, that's riskier for the king's safety. So queen takes. White's obviously very safe. There's like 0 losing chances. But it's hard to convert the extra pawn in and of itself. It's not like we're just gonna like queen our kingside majority to d5 square. So here, now, how do we win with white? Rook d6 is an option. I'm not sure how easy this position is to win for white. It could be like quite difficult. Camel cruncher. It's a camel cruncher. Camel milk. Well, I mean, maybe we're exaggerating a wee bit about bone cruncher. But it looks like a strong move. White goes knight d5 instead, letting him trade. But I don't think that black should trade. I guess, though, this is a serious problem, huh? So let's say queen somewhere else. If you play queen c5, you get rook c1 and knight c7. You probably lose in exchange. Where should black go? Queen a5, probably. And then knight f6 check. You have to take. You take back with the pawn, we're threatening queen h6. Bishop takes b3. Oh no. So we get some ending like that, where like black might hang on here. This is my fear. You know, we could end up trading too much and getting in a drawn position. Rook e8, queen e6, but we'll have. Oh, you think that works there? Oh, because we have d5? Well, yeah, but he has these checks, right? Freaking check on d5. Freaking checks. There's a lot of freaking checks. So I don't think we can do this. But this is definitely not good. So I think this seriously. Let's see what the engine says. Yeah, queen e5 is the only move. Queen a5 is the only move. This is self-preservation instinct. I have very strong. I have a lot of bad positions. I know what it's like. Black's got to play this. He can't do this opposite-color bishop thing. This is the natural move, but it's like how are you gonna survive with this f7 weakness? Looks worse, honestly. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I'm being results oriented. But Mr. Slow's move now. Yeah, because bishop takes d5, rook e7 isn't so bad. So rook takes d5. Black may have underestimated this. That's a beautiful move. You're threatening queen takes f7 check now. Yeah, well, it's pretty easy to find rook takes d5. Okay, rook e7. And now, but I mean, the winning chances with the extra pawn here are much higher with opposite color bishops. I like white's chances to win now. Move the king. Well, he's probably going to lose f7. He can't afford to lose another pawn. I mean, 2 pawns down is definitely game over. Yeah, but this is a very healthy pawn majority for white. And this king will be really safe on the light squares. But this is not easy. Black has no counterplay here. Not to say it's like completely hopeless for black, you know, but just like I think white can play for a win here all day for like a 80 move game. Black had to play queen a5. Objectively, that was a much better practical try. Never go for opposite-colored bishops when the other side has the initiative. Here. And obviously he can't afford to allow trading queens with rook on the 7th. And now another pawn is dropping with queen takes b7 at least. I don't see any reason why we can't take that. Black doesn't have any active counterplay. I mean, queen e3, queen f3, there's nothing. Now wait, this is really fancy chess syndrome. Beautiful move though. Maybe it just wins by force. Okay. I try to make snap judgments, you know. Wow. You know what bothers me? King f8. What's up with king f8? I just don't think I would play this move. You know, it's like, what is black? How's black going to save this? You know, I don't see it. I mean, but okay. Rook d6. Let's just say king f8. We can always take the pawn. We can still take the pawn. So nothing really changed there. I guess. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to play rook d6. Queen e3. And now, so this doesn't work apparently, but black has to allow, white has to allow like a million checks here. But by the way, yeah, is there any other move? Bishop f7? Nope. Rook f6. Rook f6 is cute. But here you have to calculate a lot of checks. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Slow, this is dangerous a little. Here, check, king h3, queen h5, check, queen h4. Well, okay, that's not too much. Queen f5, check, queen g4. Game over. No. Queen f3, whatever. Everything wins. This is amusing, right? Nigel Short. Alright, it's over. A lot of ways. Dude, that was scary, man. Why do you do that? Trading on g6. Opening the h file against yourself? I am not doing that, but I'm sure Mr. So calculated it. Dude, this is a very easy position to like mess up in time pressure. And he always gets in time pressure. Jesus, dude. Yeah, I mean, there was no reason to let it get so weird and out of hand, but whatever. Okay. Still, white was just much stronger than black in that game. What's up, Morales? Very precise. I don't know. I don't want to overuse the computer, but I think that, practically speaking, Mr. Slow is going to, like, blow that game, like, 7% of the time by playing kind of fancy chess syndrome there. If I'm playing in a team tournament, I want to keep the risk to the absolute minimum. All right. So, Pili M, this is a game you played from last week against Redusa with black. The champions, the second and third place runners up, by the way. Yesterday's tournament ended in a win for Redusa, followed by Pili M and Camel Cruncher, who crunched a lot of camels. One hump camels have less bones, do you think, than the two hump ones? Pawn Stars. Would that be like copyright infringement? If I made a stream called Pawn Stars? Alright. I don't know how that popped in my head. That's really weird. Oh, you said stream stars, right? The stream stars. So pawn stars, Ponda stars. Now I could make Ponda stars. Maybe that would be Ponda stars. All right. So we're black. It's the Rogozin, which I've never played, but it's a good practical variation. Now you played the lazy move, lazy man slop. I played this a lot. Well, not you. Your opponent reduced to play the lazy man's move. So Queen A4, it's a move. It's okay. It's very straightforward. But on the other hand, it's not easy to say like what White's best variation is against the Rogozin. The nice thing about this move is that it kind of reduces the amount of variations that Black has. He has to play Knight C6, so it's kind of like a narrow path. But I look at it like this: White has a misplaced queen, and Black has a misplaced knight. And it's kind of like a trade-off. It's not good for White or good for Black. It's just an exchange of misplaced pieces. So now you played Bishop G5, which is a move that I've never played. Yeah, I was trying to think of who Redusa is, and I had this theory that he was like Serbian. I had this weird dream that there was someone named Dusan Radic who donated to the stream. Am I making that up? Does anybody know anyone named Dusan Radic? But it doesn't make sense, because if he was Dusan Radic, he would be let's see, Deuce. He'd be Redusa with an A, right? What is? It's Reducey with an E. Doesn't make sense. So I don't know what his deal is, or where he's from. Like a brother of Agad Madar, right? No, Agad Madar. Wait, no. You're gonna start getting these Balkans in you're gonna get in trouble, Schieberspieler. The Croatian Serbian thing. They don't. I don't know how they like each other. I'm not sure they like each other still. Serbians have they're like elephants. They have long memory or whatever. I don't know. It's all very, very confusing to me. I don't want to get involved in this cultural vendettas and shit, but he's Croatian, right? All right. Bishop G5. H6. Bishop takes F6. Queen F6. Notice one thing, though, by the way. If you look at the statistics here, hold on. There is one thing that screams out at you. There's 2.6 thousand games with E3, which is the standard move. There's 376 games with A3. There's 300 games with Bishop G5. But Bishop G5, which can be a transposition, look at Black's winning percentage after Bishop G5. Like, it exponentially goes up, dude. Camel Culture only thinks about draws. See? He's a, his camel nature, just spitting at people, is the maximum damage he can do. No, I'm looking at the decisive results. Like, yeah, okay, less draws, but instead of concentrating on the draws, I'm concentrating on the Black score. Bro, 28% wins for Black after Bishop G5. That's a lot. I know, Schieberspieler, you're down with the draws. Schieberspieler would never play Bishop G5. Draw percentage way too low. H6, Bishop takes F6, Queen F6. Like Bishop H4 always gets you in trouble in these type of lines. Once I lost to this guy, he's died. The name will come to me because we're talking about Balkan people. He was Bosnian. Palos Osman. in a similar, I think it's similar position. I did like bishop h4, allowing this crazy g5 shit, and it was like, he did like g5 and knight e4. In a lot of cases, it's just like bad for white with the knight on c6. So you have to take on f6, queen f6, and now rook to c1. By the way, Redusu or Reduci, I don't understand what his name means. Reduci, 8. I can't figure the guy out. You know, he's like, he knows some openings really well. He seems to be getting better. But then he's got these weird things he does, like he plays variations that like don't exist and stuff, like against the Blumenfeld. He plays something that no one ever plays, so it's kind of weird. He's spotty. Like his knowledge of different variations is really spotty. He may know one thing really well and like nothing about another variation. Here, he's playing rook c1. That's very rarely played move. I frankly don't understand rook c1. You know, I mean, it's like, what's the point? Like, you want to take with the rook on c3? I mean, your king's in the center of the board. The other thing that he's got this weird fetish for like doing h4 in every kind of position. Surprised he didn't play h4 here. Seriously, the guy can find a way to play h4 in this position. I would not be even in the slightest surprised. He does it at the drop of a hat, dude. If you look at him the wrong way, he literally plays h4. So if not rook c1, it would have been h4. Anyway, rook c1. Okay, white now can't castle queenside, which was risky anyway. But, you know, get your pieces developed, man. Bishop d7, and now you got... Okay, rook c1 does one thing. It covers c2. That's interesting. It covers c2. So now you're not threatening knight takes d4 because of queen takes b4. Okay, maybe that's his devious plan. He doesn't have to move the queen back now because b4 is hanging. So c takes d5. Look, ma, no tactics, right? That's the point, the devious plan of rook c1. Right. Bishop takes c3, knight takes c4 is a thing. Well, no. I mean, we got this. Oh, with the pawn not on d4. With the pawn not on c4. Now we have this. So... Right. This position happened. Hebden Jensen, 2017. Yeah, Mark likes to play quiet moves like rook c1. Bishop d7, c takes d5. So bishop d7 is a TN. The other player is castled. So what's the point? Why did they play castle? Bishop d7. You're not threatening anything. But you are. You are. Yeah, like Schieberspieler's point. You are threatening something. If e3, then you take and take on d4. And this is very deep two-move combination by Schieberspieler, yes. We are threatening something. But c takes d5 defends. And now e takes d5. And now white plays queen b3. This is not really an issue. I would expect, okay, d5's hanging. So the bishop ends up not being optimally placed here. You can play queen d6. That's a typical move. You can also sack a pawn. Bob Saccaponda. Right? Oh no. You can't say that here. Arsenal says d5 looks poisoned. Well, it is a little poisoned, right? If castles, queen takes d5. At the minimum, you have bishop here, but I don't know. You know, greedy player is going to go for something like this. White needs to develop their freaking pieces, but I think the question becomes like, you know, is this bishop on d7? Why would Mark Hebden play castles? I mean, Hebden's opponent play castles. Why would the other guy? Why would both guys play? Here's my point. Why would both guys play castles rather than bishop d7 if bishop d7 was a good move? They're Rogozin players. They know that bishop d7 is a possibility. But maybe this seriously is the problem, right? After they're both 2500 and a 2372. Guidarelli is 2464. Do I know who that is? Thinking of someone else. These must be younger players. Bishop d7. Let me just see this. Who is this view? Mitropa Cup. Okay. They must be younger players. Guidarelli. I'm confusing him with someone else. Okay, rook c1, bishop d7. A 2500, their average rating is like 2450. Neither of them play bishop d7. Is the point that the bishop ends up being misplaced? Because it ain't defending b7 and it ain't defending d5. But you can play castles queenside. Is that what you're saying, caveman? Dude, okay. Laurent Guidarelli. Why did I think that guy was Argentine? He wouldn't be the first Hispanic guy to like move to Italy if he was. There's like a lot of Hispanic players have moved to Italy. Lexi Ortega is like Cuban. Oh, he's from France. Okay. Well, he has an Italian name, god damn it. Alright. Alright, bishop d7. Half the people in South Jersey have Italian names. No, okay. He probably is French. But I'm confusing him with someone else, man. I swear. I feel like there's another player that I'm thinking of who is older. Maybe there was another guy with the same name. I feel like there was an older player with a similar name. Like a 60-something-year-old. 60 or 70-year-old from Argentina. Similar name, that's weird. I swear. Okay, queen b3. What if I castle queenside? This looks insane, right? But why not? I mean, this is poisoned, for sure. Cheever loves material. But b7's protected. And I'm bringing my other rook to e8. And we got g5, g4. You guys think? Guidarelli chocolates, right. Guidarelli. Right. What's that, like Swiss? I did a class project on Switzerland in like 7th grade. I learned everything about Switzerland. I had to present it to the class. There's 4 languages in Switzerland. That's messed up. You know, it's like a really small country and they have 4 different languages. Relatively small country, okay? Not a big country. That's a lot of languages for one country. That's confusing. Alright, so queen b3, bishop e6. This feels like a loss of time, dude. a3, speaking of loss of time, what does he have against getting his king out of the center, man? Why does he refuse to get his king out of the center? And he hasn't played h4 yet. a3. Okay, this move probably forces him to exchange the bishop. So it's okay so far. Takes, and now queen takes. Queen cakes. Well, pawn takes is out of the question. With a rook on c1, that seems really dumb. But I mean, the pressure on b7 is kind of like... Don't we want to consider taking with the rook? Rook b8 is not an option. Knight d4 is playable. Damn. Or is it? So knight d4, queen a4 check, knight c6, rook c6. Ouch. Alright. This is game over. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. What is this? Is this chess? Are we playing chess again? You don't tell me this is a draw. You don't tell me this is a draw, dude. Oh my god. And now we have to go out? No, there I have bishop d7. What is it, a draw? Are you serious? This is a freaking draw? Oh my god, it is. No, but black had king f8. Okay, my bad. You can't play queen takes c7. This doesn't work. Jesus. No way. It doesn't work. Queen takes check, king e7. Queen c5 check, king d8, of course. Duh. White's on the exchange. I mean, he has some chances here. This is a little bit weird. Anyways. Okay, that's interesting. But we can't analyze everything. So a3, bishop takes c3, check. Yeah, rook takes is bad. So, okay. This is the point. He kept d4 protected, but it was important to analyze that. You know, it was shaky. Okay. Good call by Redusa. It would have been risky to do that. Castles. Now, very solid position. Only Alexei Dreyev could lose this with white against Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup. Very solid position for white. Honestly, I don't like the way this went for black. He's got no dynamics. Romanish. Bishop g4 is interesting. Every suggestion you make is interesting, Arsenal fan, of course. I'm just kidding. Of course it is. It's a Chigorin move. That's a spicy meatball. That's way better. No, it's not interesting. It's like 95. There's a problem. Unclear what you're going to do about that. How you like me now, Arsenal fan? Take, queen b6. Oh, we're going to drop the bishop. Queen b6. This. Looks reasonable to me. No, it looks reasonable. I think it's okay. Queen takes c7. Rook c8. What's that? Like a draw? Probably not. No, just queen takes b2. No, Arsenal fan, bishop g4 I think is a better move. After this, white is very solid. Oh shit, we transposed Sarana versus David Navarra 2020. Proving that Arsenal fan was right. Now white is definitely better. If Navarra loses, and black has no activity here. It's a bad Rogozin, you're passive. This is just passive for black. I mean, it's okay if you're playing Alexei Sarana or something, but you know, we didn't play the Rogozin for like a passive draw. If it's like Leiko, I guess it's okay. Now bishop b5. Asterbate style. provoking black to make a move he wanted to make anyway. Probably not worth it. But maybe there's some justification, like, this is where the knight wanted to go anyway. Oh, he tries, dude. He pushes the envelope, man. We're just like constantly pushing the envelope. A6, bishop d3. And now, we really don't want to do this, but what are you going to do? Okay, but look at it this way. You're still solid, and white's only plan is a minority attack on the queen side. You could still, like, go, you know. You have the stronger pawn break, like an exchange queen's gambit situation, if it comes to that. Yeah, the next move, I don't know about this. I think this is a strategic blunder. You blundered here with knight g6. I don't like this at all. Your knight on e5, the white's knight on e5 is very strong. I think you gotta be like rational here and play bishop f5. Of course. After bishop f5, white is just a tiny bit better, but it's not much. You know, then you can play knight g6. This is a huge strategic blunder. So now you're going to have to live with a knight on e5 for the rest of your life. Have fun with that. Yes, you have an unopposed bishop, but I mean, what can you do with your pawns? You have no breaks, and you have no way to remove the knight on e5. And this guy who hates castling kingside suddenly castles kingside. Even knight f5 looks decent. Yeah, sure. If Spieler said it, it's got to be strategically correct. Nigel Short wouldn't mind that. Queen's Gambit. Even that's not bad. I guess if you had to play for a win, you know, you can eventually oust the knight with f6 later. That's the point. Maybe knight f5 just more combative. Not necessarily trading pieces. But I think this is a very solid move. Although white maybe can kind of torture us. Yeah, I mean, maybe Schieber Spieler's move is not about knight h4 necessarily. I think he just wants to come back and later play f6. Although that's a possibility. But this is terrible. You know, so the question is, like, can black do anything after this? I imagine I could lose this with white. What's the point, though? Like, how do you lose this with white? I mean, g5, h5, g4, h4. You just go nuts with all the pawns and somehow get an attack? This is a weird move. f4. Committal. Okay. So you play queen g5. This is very coffee house. But you're threatening concretely bishop h3. Uh-huh. The thing is, like, once he plays f4, you can play, like, bishop e4. I don't know if I want to go f4 if black can get access to e4, you know. Maybe white wants to be more patient here in this position. What's your threat? Rook f8. So white doesn't have time for some kind of, like, minority attack, but something subtle, maybe. I mean, look at the dark squares. So we can start coming in here. I want to see like Akiba Rubinstein playing this position with white. Yeah, no, it's in Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. But no, it needs to get back. You can bring it back. D2 is very passive. Black has like one threat, like doubling on the F file. But this is weak. You know, I think F4. It's easy to play, but it's too committal. It's too unnecessary. You know, giving up the E4 square. That might come back to haunt white. You know. What's the best move according to Stockfish? Queen B4. See, you don't need the computer when I'm here to tell you guys what to do. Queen B4. Schieberspieler would have played it too. He's a Caro-Kann player. Caro-Kann player. It's an exchange Caro-Kann. Here, here. Schieberspieler or Rubinstein. F4, not good. Not anymore Caro player. Too trendy for you. Oh no. How are you going to defend the B7 pawn? Yay. So F4 ended up being a problem. This rook coordination. Well, no, black can't be losing like his B7 pawn. That's not good. Can he still play rook B8? No. Shit. Yeah, so this is bad. Black has to play something sensible now. Like, come back, you know? So rook F6 was too early. You probably should have played this. You know, in an endgame, of course, he's going to torture you. Though it's probably, like, a theoretical draw. I wouldn't want to play black against Magnus in this position. The computer thinks it's +1. I mean, that's not really a theoretical draw. Well, computer could possibly draw Magnus. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Rook F6 is bad. This is better than I thought. Okay, Queen H5, Queen B6. Now you're worse. Now it's falling apart, but you got some counterplay. Not good. He took a lot of pawns. But okay, D5 is going too. What's the problem? Threatening bishop E4. And now white played Queen B3. This is very materialistic, you know. I would think like Queen F3. I'm very aware of this weakness of G2. But I predicted this before. You know, we knew this was going to be a problem when white played F4. The writing was on the wall. E4 instead of F4. Instead of E takes F4. Oh shit. How does that work? No, that would require thinking. Schieberspieler will trade queens. Game over. Trade. No, but you guys play, you know, Redusa plays too fast. Very typical. He thought he could defend with this. Well, there's rook takes F4 for starters. That looks pretty scary, dude. You found an even stronger move to the base of the pawn chain. Damn, dude. No rook takes F4. Maybe white has a way to defend there. I don't know. Can white defend after rook takes f4? Oh man. You need to sharpen up. You need to sharpen up, do more tactics, puzzles, camel culture. Rook takes f4, rook e1, seriously? Which devastating tactic do you want? Queen e1 check or rook takes f3? Camel's really sharp. That was ours. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was out of line. He jumped in there right after you. I thought it was you. My apologies. But this is... Somebody's been doing their tactics puzzles. Rook takes f4, king g1, hoping for the best. The best. Schieber finds it. The best is not good enough. The best a man could get. Schieber, yeah. Rook takes f4, king g1, rook g4, and the best is probably like resigning. There is no best. But this is winning too, right? That threatens mate in 1. I mean, why play rook takes f4 when you could threaten mate in 1? Exactly. This is the most brute force move ever. Ah, crunchy. There's literally no way to defend here. White is like 4 pawns up. Egyptian chess style. Ah, I hope you enjoyed all those pawns. This is brutal. So you're telling me the guy missed queen e6 check? He wasn't satisfied with a draw, so he played f5 check. Are you freaking kidding me? So explain to me what happened here. It looks like white's totally lost. You played rook takes, he goes knight check. And you didn't play rook takes g5? Rook takes g5. Alright. And now queen h3 check. Surprise! Oh my god. Like, it has to be perpetual check, but king g8 looks like a better try. Because at least you can go here. Right, that's what I want to check. But I mean, let's say queen c8 check, king here check. I think walk up board. That would be the only possibility. Upboarding. I'm gonna cheat. Mate in 9. Mate in -9. Upboarding works. Queen d8 check, king f5. Queen f8 check, king g4. Queen c8 check, king f4. Queen b8 check, king f3. Of course, obviously king f3. Yeah, so it didn't work. He didn't have perpetual. You're winning. But you just teased him, giving him 1 repetition. Now this is a draw. Now it's a draw after king there. Queen e6 check is literally perpetual check. And he played f5 instead, losing immediately. What a fascinating end to the game. Okay, this is from the same dude. playing black. I don't know that Reducus here. I think he's he's after yesterday's stream, he's like putting his legal team together. Oh, there he is. Okay. So, all right, you're playing black. This my team on Sunday lost only 2 games. One of them was like white side of a Morag. I just want to kill people, you know. I'm not going to name any names. White lost the white side of a Morag Gambit, and black offered a draw in a decline Morag Gambit, and white refused and lost. Went on to lose. Alright, don't play the Morag Gambit. C takes D. For beginners, it's fine, you know. But don't tell me you're like 2000 and you watch Esserman and you play the Morag Gambit as a serious opening. Play it as blitz for tactical training or something, you know, fine. C3, and now, yeah, take the pawn and you're up a pawn, and you're at least equal. But, yeah, right, camel culture. D5 is, it's just a decline. It's a kind of decline. Actually, maybe, well, I mean, you know, the truth is that this is probably like the worst decline for black. Even though it's like the most popular, it's like the worst way to decline the Morag Gambit. Probably, you know, both transposing to C3 Sicilian with knight f6, and this, which is also like a C3 Sicilian transposition in some lines. These are probably better than this. This is probably like the worst way to play the decline Morag Gambit. White is just like better here. Notice Black's fantastic score at the top level. So anyways, yeah, I think Esserman even beat like Kracek once. That's how bad this is. Kracek lost to Mark Esserman. I mean, seriously. If a 2600 player loses to Esserman, it has to be bad. I mean, this is seriously just the lamest way to play with black. But you should accept the gambit. I mean, don't be lazy, you know. Accept the gambit. It's a waste of the white pieces. White gets a Marazzi. It's not a Marazzi, though. It's a bad Marazzi for black. You know, I mean, it's a good Marazzi for white. This is not just an average Marazzi. It's an above average Marazzi for white. I used to think that too. I thought, oh, it's just a Marazzi. But I think it's better than the average Marazzi. White also doesn't have to play c4, or doesn't have to play bishop takes d3 right away. Like, they're supposed to play c4, I think, immediately. There's some accurate way to play the move order. But whatever, okay. It's not important. d5 is playable. And white has to take. I've faced this in blitz games, and I just took on e4. It's a move, but I'm thinking, like, did I try something creative once here? I think I played d takes e4 a couple times, and people like trade queens and go into some ending where they're pawn down, but they have some compensation. But I was thinking, like, literally here, look at the score. White is 4.5 out of 5 after d takes e4. Joel Johnson, oh my god, that's right. 1998. I was there. It was, and Lou Mercuri never played in that time. He's like the city planner for like some Massachusetts city. I mean, seriously, Lou Mercuri like probably hadn't played for 10 years when he lost to Joel Johnson. Um, Major upset. But why does White get 4.5 out of 5 after Queen takes D4? I think there might be a better way for Black to play this. I mean, I think this is okay. Okay, White's score is out of control. I mean, Queen takes D4 and White scores 4.5 out of 5. Give me a break, bro. That's just sheer bad luck. Black has to be okay here. But most of the opponents I've faced have like gone into this end game where White has some compensation for the pawn, probably. It's like 0.6, but okay, it's a little tricky. It's not so easy to play with your king on d8, you know? But I was thinking maybe Black can try knight f6. I think I did this, because why not? I guess e5. Well, e5. Let's say e5, knight c6, bishop b5. What the hell is going on here? Now what do I do? Because my knight can get trapped by like f3, right? Where do I put my knight? Do I have to go back to like g8? Looks good for White. Well, Chess Zebra, I think you're rushing to snap judgment. Here f3. That's good for White. But this, not so sure. Here. Do we have any compensation? Maybe not. This does look, well, maybe there's something here, boys. Knight c5. I don't know if it's enough. It's almost enough. It's worth investigating, you know. Let's see. Maybe I made a mistake. It is knight g8. Okay. Bishop b5, not knight d7, but knight g8. And White is better by 0.2. Okay. It's 0.2. It's playable for Black. c3 is not a scary move, you know. Alright, anyway. Just an alternative way to play. I also did this. We can look. Player. Sparkle Horse says Black. One game. Oh, that guy. The guy who yeah, he hates me. Queen takes c4. Dude, it's better for Black, bro. Wow. White is 4.5 out of 5 here, and it's like negative 0.3 for Black. That's ridiculous, bro. Though 2 games are by Michael Dougherty. Michael Dougherty lost twice to the same guy in the same exact line. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know who that guy is. Hans Rudolph Young. WJ Loof is back. Of course you did, Arsenal fan. Of course you did. I liked him too. What's up, WJ Loof? No, he was too sensitive, like you. Alright. Aren't we all? So anyway, that's not what happened in the game. White played the critical line, e takes d5. The critical line. So we're going to just transpose to the c3 Sicilian. But there's knight f6 here. So I've played both. This is really weird. Queen takes d5 is going to transpose to a kind of normal standard type of position. This is more interesting. And again, we're going to see White has a good score, but the position is not necessarily that bad for Black. Bishop b5 check. And even knight d7 is possible. I mean, this is very close to like a Panov or something, or a knight f6 Scandinavian. I probably have games here too. Nope, I do, but they're not in here. Under another account or just random games I played um, over the years. Levente has a game from 2002 against the old trainer, Nemet Ivan. He might still be alive, I don't know. He was like a Serbian, I think. He could be Croatian, I can't remember. WJ Liv got home a little early today. Pork roast. Wow, we have pork roast too. Isn't that weird? We have pork roast too. What a strange coincidence. Makes me think of John Fetterman. Dude, I'm on John Fetterman's email list. That dude sends out. I'm like, dude. Alright, I'm sorry to always bring up politics, but we see WJ Liv so rarely. Bishop e5 check. Easter pork roast. Alright, so you play queen takes d5. This is standard now. This is, of course, it's possible to play c takes d4. Well, not just possible. I mean, this is like the most formative IQP position ever in history of man, right? And it is also is a Panov line. But white instead plays knight f3, which, I mean, I think that only gives black like additional options. Like e5, which, or bishop g4. Bishop g4 might not be a bad move, by the way. So I think knight f3 is inaccurate. He should play pawn takes pawn. You know, one thing I should mention, you can play e5 here, right? We're still close to transposing to a c3 Sicilian. No, I would prefer to play knight f6. Because if you play knight c6 now, you're going to be committed to going that old e5 variation. Maybe not, though. Do you have knight c6, pawn takes pawn, bishop g4? That's a bad line, right? That's the Blobix line. Guys, you might not remember Blobix, but he was on our stream and he passed away a few years ago. And he shared this line. He had this knight c6, pawn takes pawn, bishop g4, knight c3, bishop takes f3, knight takes d5, bishop takes d1, knight c7 check, all this stuff. Once he shared a game years ago on my stream. But I think it's safer for black, better here to play knight f6. This is always dangerous when you play and you've got this pawn expanding to d5, and your kingside development is slow. So after this, black has only one good move. Bishop g4 is really bad. This is the Blobix game. This is really dubious, dangerous for black. I don't know why Levente lost a game to this Indian guy in 2018. I don't know what the deal was there. But this is like considered to be better for white. We'll take a look and see what happens. That's what happened actually in the game, the Blobix variation. But objectively, it's probably better to play e5. This is a very, very old variation that goes back to Nimzovich playing white. Ancient. It's like an ancient c3 Sicilian. Knight c3, bishop e4, blah blah blah. So this is nothing. This is bad for white, of course. You have to play knight c3. Black plays bishop g4, b4 I mean, and then white can sack a piece in this line. Bishop e2, e4, castles. but it's safer to play pawn takes pawn. But I would recommend e5 over this move. And now, when he plays knight c3. Yeah, so this is best. Bishop takes f3, knight takes d5. So it's Kaidanov. Very few games here. A whole bunch of people play g takes f3. That's weird. G takes f3, queen takes d4, queen takes d4, knight takes d4, knight b5, knight c2 check, king d1. Yeah, I don't remember now which line Blabik showed. This is defensible for black, but I mean, who wants to play this? This is very tedious. So I would stay away from that and prefer, as I said, to play e5 if you must. Another strange possibility here for black, which I never really seriously considered, is e6. But maybe this just transposes to a standard IQP. Like, this is a sensible thing. You go back into sensible land with, like, queen d8. It's a Steinitz Queen's Gambit accepted. Standard IQP position. It doesn't look like there's anything, like, special that white can do. White's a little better. Yeah, bishop c4, knight f6, blah, blah, blah. Castles. And now bishop d6, interesting. Stockfish, a6, are you serious? Bishop d6. I think I need a new computer. Dude, if that move is good, it could change theory. That could be like a earth-shaking theoretical development. If bishop d6 is really better, I need a new CPU. This computer is only like a year and a half old. Just make note of the fact that there's 177 games here. All of them are bishop e7. Well, the point is that the bishop's more active on d6 than e7. But no one fucking figured out that the move was even possible because it looks dangerous to allow the pin with bishop g5. That's the point. Well, d5's not a threat. You know, if he trades off his central pawn, fine. You know, well, I mean, you're thinking about the position in terms of like you're trying to blockade d5, but you know, I don't think that's the right way to look at it. I mean, I think white is better. If he plays d5, it's like equal. You know, we're just trying to like develop our pieces as actively as possible. The fact that that is even possible is amazing. You know, this might even be black's best move. The point is to engage and allow white to go here and engage in some kind of crazy ass shit like h6. This is fascinating. Not h6 right away, but castles. There's one game. Queen d3, best move. Now h6. Obviously this is not safe for black. And black played bishop e7 anyway. Yeah, that seems pretty dumb. Okay, anyways, I don't know. I think I need a new computer. Alright. So we got way off the subject here. Alright. So risky line for black, knight c3, bishop takes f3, knight takes d5, knight bishop takes d1, check, king d7. You know, sometimes king d8. This is a Kaidanov game. You know, I didn't know Kaidanov played the c3 Sicilian with white. But maybe he's specifically prepared for this kid. Well, the kid was 2300 at the time, though. The Argentine, Pichot, who's now a strong GM. I always feel like Kaidanov's more of a d4 player, but king d7 or king d8. Yeah, I mean, this is probably the line that Blobik showed us years ago. But you know what? I have a crazy idea. I mean, is there ever a situation where like the bishop might go back on this diagonal? I mean, obviously like c2 is a possibility. But why g4 versus like h5? How do you know where to retreat your bishop here without a computer? I mean, wow. So this is wild. This is wild. Stockfish says that bishop h5 is the only move, dude. c2 seems logical, but you're going to get hit by a rook c1. It also takes away, a check on c2. So this is like critical position, and bishop h5 was the best move. But there's no way to know that, without an engine. White played it 3 times and lost all 3, even though it's the best move. And ironically, the move bishop g4 held a draw. No, black actually won after bishop g4. So white went wrong here. He's supposed to play f3. You would think like bishop e6 would be okay. But he rescues the knight. This is the point the knight gets out. So you're supposed to play bishop h5. You have to trap the knight on a8, d5. And black went wrong in all cases. Knight d4. Yeah, I feel like this is Blobix knew this. But I mean, it's crazy to play like this if you don't know it like Blobix did. Blobix knew his lines like really, really deeply, but to just throw this out there, I mean, that's crazy. White won here without even playing the best move. 2 games. The Joseph Sanchez is a GM, right? Adrian Kishnitzer. F3 E5. Okay, this is like, this position is out of the realm of reality. We should not be playing this unless we know it absolutely inside and out. So you played bishop g4, white played f3. Then he's going bishop f4 and knight c7, and white is winning. That's it. That's all there is to it. Okay, if you don't play bishop e6, you have e5. Maybe not. All right, so here, and the point is, if bishop f4, you have knight takes d4, you have e5. So, not so clear. d5. d5 for white. Bishop f4, e5. He has to play d5. This is too complicated for me, man. I don't know. Bishop e3. I think a sensible move by white in a position that's like impossible to calculate. e6. Bishop e5. Bishop e4 check. King f2. So what's going on with the knight on a8? Does white have d5? It's a little late now, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, white just gonna lose his knight, and he's gonna be down 2 pieces for a rook. And d5 is too late. By the way, I mean, we have to at least consider the possibility of taking with a pawn. Yeah, this is bad for white. 2 pieces is stronger than a rook. This is a total failure for white. And he should know this opening if he's the one playing the c3 Sicilian. Yeah. It's an adventure. Now we're going to restore material equality. I mean, the two pieces for the rook. That's funny. Now you go there. Wow. That you're going to take back. This is really insane. Here, here, and g6. That you're going to play g6. I mean, couldn't white play f4? No time. But both sides, like, in this game, both sides didn't use their time. I mean, there's no way a game this complex should have seen like players not using like only half their time or less. Oh my god. And you have bishop e3 check. And you're winning. It's over. Alright. Camel Culture gifted a tier 1 sub to Sheber Spieler, FIDE Master. For $500, you can now become a lifetime Saji VIP. Think about that. And it's your best time to do it because the dollar's worth nothing. You know, take advantage of it now before the dollar goes up in value. Just imagine, in like 2 years, Donald Trump won't be president anymore. The dollar will start going up in value, and those $500 like lifetime Saji VIPs will be even more expensive, theoretically. So save money by becoming a lifetime VIP now, while the dollar is down. All right, we're gonna stop this game now. But you know, I would say to Redusa, why are you playing this? You know, I mean, this variation, it's not chess. It's like a crazy computer variation for both sides. Unless you're like a student of the opening, like Blobix was. He had these really specialized systems he played, but he knew it insanely well, like the Sveshnikov. His Sveshnikov lines. All right, Ubades, study, white to play and win. White to play and win. Don't look at the screen. I hate that. You know, I go to the study and it's like, don't look. White is white and black is black. And it's white to play and win. This is a quick in-game study. Cheaters! I don't know. I never look ahead. G4 takes. Okay, G4 is obvious. You want to create a pass pawn. If G4 takes, black's turning G3. That's brutal. And if G4 takes King F2, black has King H2. So G4 doesn't work. Alright, G4 doesn't work. H6 is stupid. But black can only move his king. What if we play King F2, King H2? King F3, King H3. What if the solution is like some kind of like triangulation? King E2, King E2, King G2. That's stupid. Right? Oh my god, maybe it's not. What if that's the solution? You get him to block his own G pawn. King E2, King G2, G4, boom! Let's calculate. King E2, King G2, G4 takes, F5. King H2, F6. Takes, H6. G3, H7, G2, Queen, check, bye-bye. I promise I didn't cheat. I got it. I think like maybe somewhere subconsciously I saw the move or something, but it makes sense. Oh yeah, you guys know each other, right? Camel Culture, Sheber Spiller. You've been around my stream long enough that you played each other in my stream a couple years ago, right? During COVID. Yeah, I forgot. Sheber hasn't been around in a while, and Camel Culture doesn't come very often. You guys played each other. We got strong stream today. Yeah. So I think this is my suggestion. Jesus, that's scary. I was active in 2020, 21. Oh no, I'm not that old. Guys, thank you for the donation and the gift sub. I had to start playing poker like twice a week to supplement my income. I'm not the first like chess player to have to do this, but you know, thanks to Donald Trump and tariffs and wars and whatever. Um, thanks to my dollar going down, down, down. We now have to work. Ugh, I hate working. So you can donate. So you can practice his ventriloquism. All right. No, seriously. So I'm thinking king e2. And then if king h2, king f2. And that's easy, right? Because now we got it. King h3 here, game over. It's not a hard puzzle, right? But the trick is king f2, king h2. King f3, king h3. We can't make progress. So that's it. It's a nice little puzzle. This looks stupid because he has king here and he's going to win the pawn. But now we go g4. And so then when he takes, he's blocking his own pawn. We have just enough time to get in Arsenal fans g4. And then we want to go with the f pawn to queen the h pawn, I guess. So g3, f pawn, or h pawn. H pawn or f pawn? Maybe it doesn't even matter. You think it matters? No, no, queen the h pawn because it's with check, right? Oh, this is over. Yeah. Nothing to see here, folks. Yeah, no, it's over. All right, so that's the solution to that. Thank you, Ubatis, who's not here. Now we got finally Richard Smith versus Jack Jones. Jack and Jones. By the way, what's up with that like clothing brand? They're like clothing brands that are just like made up by they're like boy bands. Somebody in an office like made up its name. Jack and Jones. What's a Jack and Jones? After you check is coming, you think it's not over? Really? What? After check is coming. What are you talking about? Come on. F3 check. Well, I'm not gonna let you queen with check. Maybe not so simple. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Does it matter where I put the king? We'll let Schieberspieler prove his point. This is maybe not so simple. Well, maybe it's not too late. I mean, no, seriously, this is worth looking at, right? King e3, f2. One of those weird situations where he queens but he's lost. King on g3. If my king's on g3, white's king's on g1, I pin him with queen b2, king g1, king f3, f1 queen check, king takes. He has queen e1 check. We can't allow him to have that. Check. We need to get one of those positions where the king takes on g3, black queens, and then like, you know, he queens, but we play king takes g3, and then it's winning. But the queen on b2 doesn't cover e1. My king takes on g3. We need to cover f2 and we need to cover f2, most importantly, and e1. If my king is on e3 or g3 and white's king is on g1, there can't be a queen e1 check after black promotes with check. King takes g3. So where does white's queen have to be for that to work? And does it even make sense? Like, how many options do we have here? Queen e1 check. So I am a little confused. So you think the other line was better? Uh-huh. So maybe the solution is h6. Takes. Push. Yeah. King g1. F. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's got to be it. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So we got to go f6. This is a draw. Jesus Christ. This is a fucking draw. Bro. No way. This is a draw. Takes h6. f5. No, that's what I just said. h6 is a draw too. How? This is a draw too? Of course it's a draw. What are you talking about? So all these lines are draws. Oh my god. This isn't the solution. This isn't the solution. Alright. I'm not going to cheat anymore. It's not the solution. Wow. The fuck, man? That's not the solution. King e1. Why would king e1 matter? King e1? That's ridiculous. That's just not happening. King e1? Would this make any difference if I went here instead? Now king e2, king g2, g4 takes here, g3, f6 takes h6. Yeah. King e1, king h2. Well, yeah, but now we have, no. Now we just have king f2. We're just winning. You can't go there. Right. But that's the point. King e1. So you have to play king g1. But that doesn't help you, does it? Maybe? So king g2 or king g1. King e1, king g1, g4. Takes here, g3, f6. Takes, now there's no f3 check. So h6, g2, h7. Yeah. This has got to be the solution. So it's king e1. Alright, let's check. Yes. All right, we did it. We did it. It's King E1. All right, good one. This time we actually got the solution. Yeah, how many of you would have found that? Of us would have found that? Maybe in an over-the-board game. I hope. If I had time, I would find it. But probably the chances are only if I really had enough time. If I had a lot of time. You know, and usually that's the problem with chess today. There's always end games. There's no time for end games. Time control. Unless you're like, maybe we need to go out of our way to change style, you know. Maybe we need like a Keith Arkle type of approach where you play like super fast, super simple, and oh wait, that's Magnus Carlsen. Super fast, super simple, just have lots of time and really good endgame technique. All right. Anyway, Richard Smith versus Jack and Jones. So, Richard Smith facing the Scandinavian. Yeah, I get a lot of Scandinavian in Blitz, and I like playing like the Dunst opening against it lately. But I mean, objectively, there's no question. Of course, taking the pawn is the best move. I remember once, like I've told the story before on the stream, but I had a game where I played black and my opponent did that, and I did d4, and they played knight b1, and I couldn't beat him. It was like a 1900. I mean, the point is that Scandinavian players don't really want closed positions. Knight c3 de. Well, yeah, I also like de with black. Sauce with cheese. You're making me hungry. Cheese sauce. Yeah, so the point is, Scandinavian players, they want open positions. So we're trying to trick them into not getting an open position. Jesse Crowd would be like, no, but d4 is theoretically the better move here. I've got my thinking cap on. Yeah, sure, okay, dude. So, anyways, e takes d5, best move. Queen takes d5, knight c3. Knight f3 is good too, but I don't think it's better than knight c3, and it's definitely not easier to play. So might as well just play this, and then I think queen a5 is the best move, but that's just me. I guess queen d6 is good too. But Magnus has rehabilitated the queen d6 and other people, right? So the old system with like going a6 is kind of like crap for black. You have to just do like c6 or whatever. I mean, this has all been reevaluated, because like 15 years ago it was a6, but that's like not good enough for black. I just don't buy this queen d8. I think this is also, I mean, if you want, we're just back in, you know, we're back into the thing again, right? This is just an IQP. It's not an IQP. It's worse than an IQP. Yeah, I don't like queen d8, man. But, you know, it was called the Meltz defense, but now it's called the Valencian variation. Valenciaga. The Gubinski Meltz sounds delicious. But why did its name change? This variation. Its name changed. It now says Valencian defense. Valencian. Who made that up? I just noticed this the other day. Maybe you can pay Lichess to like name openings after you and stuff. Lautier? What does that have to do with Valencia? Does he live in Valencia? Or did he just likes oranges or what? Yeah, the Balenciaga. Why it's a designer defense? Why do people play this? You know, why not just play the Fort Knox French? No, like seriously. Because you want to play the Fort Knox French, but you're You want to play the Fort Knox French, but you're afraid your opponents will play the advanced variation. That's what it is. They're like, oh, I want to play the Fort Knox French, but if I play e4, e6, and I do d4, d5, they won't let me take on e4. They're going to trick me and go e5. So that's why I played the Gobinsky-Meltz variation, to avoid that. You know, e4, I'll trick them, I'll play d5 right away. Then when they take, I'll just be tricking and go back. And after knight c3, it's just like, it's like a Fort Knox French. We can transpose to the Fort Knox French. Are we like a tempo down? Anyway, it's stupid. Whatever. d4. I suppose there's other setups for white. Knight f6, knight f3, and now black played bishop g4, which is the Fort Knox way, right? That's why people play this. Oh look, I tricked you into getting the Fort Knox French. But you know, to be fair, does black have anything better than bishop g4? It looks like it statistically he does. People even play e6. Those are the hardcore. But look at the statistical difference between bishop g4 and g6. g6 always had a bad rep because of some old games. I had this like 80s, early 80s Scandinavian book. I don't remember who it was by. And they just quoted some like Fischer Subtle's game, or I don't remember. It was another player, maybe Robach, Fischer Robach, I think, where black did something with like g6. It has a terrible reputation, but maybe it's not so easy for white. You know, I still think that's probably better than doing bishop g4. See, if white, how does this go now? How does this go? Yeah, okay. I know what it is. If there was no f pawn, right? It would be. This would be a black Mardimer. So white has a black Mardimer where he's not down his f pawn. That's not bad, right? You're playing the black side of the black Mardimer, but you're not up a pawn. Makes you think, doesn't it? h4. Dude, that's a ballsy move. You gotta admire h4. You're kind of justifying bishop g4 there. Alright, anyways. This is the Fort Knox. Here. Now, you can just play like, I've played like h3 here. This is actually the main move. Maybe Arsenal didn't know that. But doesn't this like literally transpose to the Fort Knox French? Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. Look, 251 games. We got to get in e6 for it to transpose to a French. So that's going to take a couple moves, right? Like c6, bishop e3, and then e6. 192 games. I don't know. Even if it's not a direct transposition, I think transpositions are possible. Bishop e2 is obviously too passive, so I mean, you'd look no place for your pieces. I hate that. You know, it's like here, and your queen can't move. Clearly, you're either playing h3, or Arsenal's move bishop c4. or maybe bishop e3 with the idea of h3. But I suppose that's reasonable. Bishop c4 has the worst score. No one has ever won a game with the move bishop c4. Arsenal's literally playing the he's literally playing the blackboard diva with his pawn at f2. Arsenal, the F file's not open. Go back to the blackboard diva. No, all jokes aside, like, this can't be that bad for white. And you're threatening, the legal, what is it called? Legal's mate or whatever. Legal's mate. But assuming they see that, right? What is our plan for after we do bishop c4, e6? Oh. c6, knight b5. Okay. Parsa. Hungarian is Hungarian for of course. Very important. But I'm not going to go into any c6, knight b5. Well, no, if you can play d5 in the French, you bust their structure. Same thing in the Scandi. But this is concerning that black has literally lost only one game here. I mean, the point is, like, it looks like black got away with something. He played bishop, like, jumped over the moon and got away with it. Having said that, I don't think the score here is fair. Objectively, white is not worse, and there's no way that white should have a negative score in this position. The problem is that only lame people play this with white. I'm just kidding, Arsenal. Okay. So now you did h3. It's late. You are late. Your bishop's committed to c4. How big a disadvantage is that? The other thing is, like, black doesn't have to exchange. They can play bishop h5, right? You can play g4, and you probably should. By the way, Camel Culture should ask the question, what happens if white plays g4? Castles or g4? I'm definitely into g4. This looks pretty typical Orsho Mickey, arbiter and international master. So h3, bishop takes f3, the cowardly for Knox, queen takes f3, c6 obviously, and now white has no wins in this position. Dude, I'll tell you, it's very solid for black. But what's the deal? Like, why is bishop c4 a problem? So in the Fort Knox type of lines, you know where that bishop is going, right? Isn't it going to, like, d3 most of the time to attack this diagonal? Of course, we got to find a way to make sure our d4 pawn is protected. In the Fort Knox French is different, obviously. Like, the knight isn't on c3 still. Yeah, it's a different situation. Okay, we have to protect the pawn. And now, they can go bishop b4, Slav style. If white has time to self-correct, which can happen, like bishop d3, knight e2, this can morph into a really good Fort Knox for white. So bishop b4 is interesting. Douglas Marshall Bryson. Knight on BD7, and now castle's kingside. Yeah, obviously castling queenside is riskier here. And then black played queen c7. Theoretical novelty. Boggy Mate against Heinrich Danielson, 2014. I mean, queen c7 is the quintessential sort of move, but black has to decide where he's putting the king, right? So if you're castling queenside, white's ready for some kind of queenside action. I would think that black would castle kingside now, no, and be like, okay, you can't hurt me. Well, why not bishop e7? Wrench versus Bartholomew Blitz was a reference. Oh no. You're such a wrench. It's a kind of tool, right? I'm sure that joke has already been made. Alright, bishop e7. But I mean, okay, there's bishop d6. Bishop e7, bishop d6. But I think like black should castle kingside. You're a castle kingside. If he castles queenside, you're going to rip him a new one. You know? What does he want with the Fort Knox French? So that's the problem with queen c7. I mean, I guess he's still maybe not going to castle queenside, but what's the point of queen c7 if you're not going to castle queenside? Let's ask that question, right? Is this preventing, is he preparing like b5? I mean, what is the point of queen c7 if you're not going to castle queenside? Maybe he just wants to keep you guessing, all right, and see if you'll reveal your plans. Here, very subtle rook fe1. Yeah, now he has to put his money where his mouth is. You know, you're gonna start threatening d5 for real now, and this guy didn't seem inclined to play bishop b4. So, though, the fact that you put your rook on e1 would make this an actual possibility. I wonder, Arsenal fan. David Marciano might know something. No, but look, Marciano played rook a d1, and I think it makes sense. Maybe that's smart, you know? Like, if he tries to castle queenside, you're going to rip him a new one no matter what. Or at least have good chances to do so. I'm sure your move is okay, but I mean, I wonder if this isn't a good idea. We don't have to brute force him. Like I said before, we can play quietly and be like clearly better. You know, you maybe like just do c3 and knight e4. Your two bishops do all the work. I'm just saying, like, here he has a distinct possibility of going here. I guess it's not very good with queen c7 though. You probably call his bluff and just play a3. And if he wants to do this, you know, that's fine. If he wants to do something like this, that's fine. I wish you the best of luck. Oh, you think you have d5? Maybe. I mean, I think you have more than one way to skin the proverbial opponent here. Rook fe1, bishop e7. Okay, and now bishop f4. This is all about trying to do d5 to him. I just want to point out the fact that you don't have to obsess with d5. It's not the only way to play. Like, you could play quietly, trying to exploit your two bishops in the endgame. You know? It's not a bad position for the two bishops. If you can avoid, like, exchanging the bishop pair off, you could slowly grind him down in an endgame. I'm sure Schieberspieler would appreciate that. But the problem with this is, you know, you don't really want to trade off your bishop pair. But he walks into a tactic here with bishop to ac6. Oh my god, and you didn't play it. It doesn't work? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. It doesn't work. Did you think it worked when you played bishop f4? Is that the point? Like, I thought it worked too, but he can just take? Oh my god. And then he just walks around with his king on d7. This may not be clear, right? I mean, now you have some d5 maybe? No. Wow, it's just totally lost. It's not enough. Well, good you didn't try to go crazy. What's up, Anonymous? But yeah, you don't want to trade bishops. Of course, it is theoretically his good bishop. It's not like the total disaster, but this is not helping you as much as it's helping him. I think. Trading pieces eases his position a little bit. Eases his disadvantage. Okay, rook a d1. Castle queenside. Now he decides to castle queenside. I don't know which way black should castle here. I feel like it's safer to castle kingside, though. I mean, you know, in general, it's safer to castle on the same side. You still have attacking chances. Yeah, but after those bishops are gone, I think it's a lot less. This is a risky move by black. Safer to play castle kingside. You're still better. How big is your advantage? 0.2. 0.3. Yeah. G4, I don't know. You know, I would just play more quietly. But whatever. He's taking a huge chance here by castling queenside. Particularly against you, if he knows you, your style. Yeah, I mean, this is a nice idea. Yeah, this guy thinks he's playing the exchange French or something. He's gonna attack you. Oh my god. Bro has no concept of reality. He has lost touch with reality. This is a perfect example of people having no practical sense of, yeah, just losing sense of reality. I mean, the fuck are you doing? This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. Okay, he has a lever here, or whatever. This, he thinks he can get you with, like, g4. I mean, bro, you're going to trade knights? This is Arsenal's game, yeah. So if you just go here, we're going to torture him. And black's never going to have any winning chances. It'll probably be a draw against a strong player, but... Do you think he has any chances here? Spieler would trade queens. He's all over it. 0.1 advantage for white. This is totally Spieler. The engine doesn't like it. It wants to go queen e3. It's true. His king is on c8 and you got this x-ray over there. But I just can't emphasize enough how unrealistic black's play is here. He's attacking you with your bishop on f1 and your king completely tucked away, and his king is wide open over there, totally in the air. He's got air conditioning on and the windows open, destroying the climate, and then playing h5. Come on, bro. Queen b4? Are you serious? What kind of move is that? Nah, he takes for the e-pawn. What do you want with this d5? In what position? After queen takes d6? Oh, d5 right away? Of course. You have to watch out, though. There's like forks here with knight e5. You have a tactical answer to that? Well, there's always... Yeah, no, I mean, the move, of course, is playable. So they normally take with a c-pawn, right? This is John Bartholomew versus Wrench. Tool. Tool Wrench. D5, c takes d5. What do we do? What's the point? Bishop takes d5. Yeah, but I mean, the guy should trade pieces, right? Generally speaking, if you want to draw, you should trade pieces. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and castles, and offer a draw. Offer a draw. You shouldn't be sold. You're right not to do that. No, the way you played it is okay. Bishop f1 is good. I like it. You induce him to do h5. The guy's insane. But now b4 is a very, very combative approach, dude. Yes, this is fun. You're going like Tal style, but I just don't think you need to do that, man. When you get stronger and stronger, you realize like you have to learn to operate with the smallest of advantages. Has to be enough, and that's another style. Okay, yeah, my approach is another style, but I'm also avoiding any chance of losing here. There's not going to be any kingside pawn storm. We're just gonna squeeze him and torture him. That's it, and this is bullshit. The dude taking this pawn is insane. And we have the bishop attacking a6, queen c6, rook b1. But I mean, white has a zillion moves here, even like rook b1. So anyway, this is a wild play to play, but it's fun. It's fun. Chess is about having fun, right? Yeah, right. Queen to poker and chess are fun. So rook b1, queen a5. Now we have fun. No, really. Let Arsenal fan play like Arsenal fan. I'm not going to force the Schieberspieler, Slaggy, technical style of play on you. Rook e3? Or you mean rook b3? He played rook b3. Rook e3 is weird. No, but I mean, we're looking at knight b5. Really close to working. Jeez. Probably too much, but I mean, it's worth a look, right? Knight b5. This is just an air ball. If you want to be really like creative, though, I mean, let's be thorough. Here, queen c7. While we're playing like Tal. This is probably not going to cut it because he's going to go b6 and like defend with the knight back on b8, and we're like down a piece. So your rook e3 plan. This isn't enough. Wow, it's close though. Yeah, the best move is rook e3. But it's too much of a sacrifice. So I like rook b3. But what else do we have? Yeah, this is Emery Tate style, what you're doing here. Or young Sledgy. Yeah, I mean, if I could play c4, I would. Triple exclaim, knight b5. You could convince people in analysis without a computer that this sacrifice is sound, probably. Rook b3. So I would expect black to try to batten down the hatches here with, like, knight b6. You know, you have rook e5. Fuck. Okay, he can still block it. No. Not so easy. Okay, if he goes here, you have rook e5. That's really... awkward. Very awkward. Because f7 will fall. And that's a game. That'll be game over. In a lot of situations, right? Losing that pawn would be devastating. I just take the pawn. I mean, it's the whole pawn structure goes. So rook e5 is too strong. Black's move now, though, h4. Seriously? To play rook h5, right? Alright, he's going to play rook h5. I don't... It's a little slow, but it might work. Can't the other knight go? Yeah. Yeah, it can. It can. It has to. Then we'll have to do some kind of magic trick. This is where we cop out and say white has compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Right? Schieberspieler, Arsenal fan. Let's see you guys play this position out in 10 like rapid games and see what happens. Dude, it's 0.0. I challenge Schieberspieler and Arsenal fan to battle this out in a 10 game 10 game match. Unclear. Alright, h4. No, I mean, Schieber would be at home in that defensive task. You played rook b1, black plays knight b6. And now we have some tactics for real, maybe. I just don't see them. Jesus, I know you're going to come up with something. A4 can be thrown in there, but the d4 pawn is hanging. We really don't want to lose our d4 pawn. Wow, so Arsenal goes knight b5. Which is another one of those airball type attacks. You're threatening rook a3. Black does have a square for the queen, we want to mention, right? But obviously black, you know, is likely going to be having to take this knight. Rook takes d4 is out. You're threatening knight takes a7 check. You're threatening rook a3. So he has to take, it looks like. And now, do you have enough compensation? Wow. So I was certainly looking for like rook takes b5. I think it's very easy for black to overlook the fact that the queen is also protecting this. He may not have anticipated rook a3. You know? Like you see the knight's protecting a3, but you kind of forget like the queen is protecting a3 too. So it's like, is that a threat really? And then knight a4 is not a defense because the rook takes b5. It's pretty cool. What does the engine say? The engine says this probably. What does the engine say? I don't know. Rook a3 is probably right. Let's see. Oh, it's unclear. It's unclear. Rook takes b5 is actually better, but it's very close. It's very close. Between all of these moves, they're all smoke and mirrors, towel-like sacrifices. Bishop takes, rook a3. The engine says white is losing. But what does the engine know? Black was 2100. Well, to be fair, black is human. And your towel-like sacrifice would scare the shit out of a lot of people. And he has to defend practically. And he has a limited amount of time. So, he has to block. I thought he had to block, but he doesn't block. He just plays rook d7. Okay. I was expecting something to go to d5. But that's not... look at the position. You know, Arsenal has all of his pieces in play in this attack. And black's got a rook on h8. And a knight on f6 that are not doing a lot. And black's king is wide open. I mean, that's the spirit of the Tau type of attack, where, you know, sure, the computer says it's not good enough. If we evaluated all of Tau's sacrifices like that, you know, the guy would have lost a lot of games he won, but the people aren't computers. Time also factors in here. I think it's a reasonable, practical sacrifice by Arsenal. So this, again, depending on the opponent and how much time they have. Rook takes b5, and then you got your c4. Yeah. So c4 is huge. That's what the cement mixer that Camel Culture was talking about earlier. I imagine black's going to have to sack a piece back, you know, to try to survive at some point. c4. We play queen a3. But we all expected c4 here. Arsenal, why didn't you play c4? There's a tactic. It doesn't work. Why wouldn't you play c4? Well, of course there are queen trades. Sheever is like a queen trade detector. There could be queen trades. But I don't think that white is obligated to trade queens, you know. I would imagine, like, you could do all sorts of things with white here. Looks to me like there's a lot of squares you can move the queen to. You didn't like queen takes c4. Yeah, maybe that's better. It's more concrete. I'm telling you, I think the guy would have given the piece back if you played c4 right away. But you played this, and this is another move that's like unexpected. But what exactly are you threatening? Oh, rook a8. Okay. Oh my god, and then triple on the a file? Seriously, if king b8, what happens? This is insane, dude. If king b8, rook a5, I mean, what's happening? Dude, there's all kinds of crazy shit going on. This is amazing. Oh, now you just do c4. Nice. But you get some kind of Schieberspieler trading queens. I bet you can't avoid the exchange of queens after that. C4, watch. King B8, C4. There's got to be queen trade. Here. Now Arsenal would find rook B3. Oh no. It's not so easy to trade queens. So black doesn't play king b8, he plays rook c7. And then c4 anyway. I'm sacking the exchange, man. Rook takes c4. Do I have perpetual? No. Rook takes c4, bishop takes c4. Can we survive? Is there anything here? I mean, maybe white has other moves as well. I mean, just hypothetically, right? What would happen if I went queen takes d4? Now you have like bishop d5. This is looking bad. Do I have perpetual? No. This is lost, dude. You know Arsenal's got this guy. I feel for this guy. Queen a3, rook c7, c4. Really a great game. I mean, he did it to himself, dude. He did it to himself. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if he knows you, but castling queenside was a bad idea, and he got punished for it. Rook d8. And you execute it tactically. How does this work? No way. See, the only thing is I'm worried Arsenal might get excited and play it too fast. Bro, it looks like you have options here. No? No, maybe not. Maybe not. You missed the win here. Yeah, of course you do. Because that's what you do. I'm a kid. That's my job. I'm a kid. That's my job. Yeah, because you play too fast when your opponents are lost. I would just get like extremely nervous when I was winning. Even if I took my time, I couldn't concentrate because I was nervous. But, you know, you're much more likely to make a mistake when you're winning. But I mean, you're certainly maybe better. I mean, you're definitely better. You're maybe winning. I don't know, though. So you take the draw. Or not. No draw. So, if he takes to the queen, he has a problem. Yeah, this looks really much worse than I thought. That's a neat move. Obviously, you know, rook takes, queen g8, check, take, and white has a pawn up with a good structure and a queen ending, probably winning. I'm not 100% sure. Let's take a look at this. Check. Good king position. I don't know. Here. Takes. Check. Those pawns look really bad. I imagine immense winning chances. Now the best you come up with is bishop b3 here. Dude defended his g7 pawn. You have f4 check, but it doesn't do anything, and it's illegal. Okay. That's illegal. Alright, bishop e3. You're certainly not losing. And you're not trading queens. You got to take a draw now. So you missed the win? Bro, Panda's really into this game. I'll say that for my only for my OnlyFans. All right. Anyway, we're back to chapter 4. Okay, so this is some Prism. So you missed rook a8 check, d6, queen e3, 1 on the spot. Okay, guys, we got a few games left I got to get to, and it's late. Great game, Arsenal fan, though. You know, still a solid result. That guy was, he was on life support. He'll never do that again. So this is Sung Prism. I don't think he's here. It's a Czech Sicilian. I mean, I do think that Black's best move is probably knight d7. But this is solid. And then we get the Pigasov variation with knight takes. You know, as I said, like in a recent game a few weeks ago, when you take with the queen gets on this weird track, and I found it very difficult to work with that because it's so unusual. Like in the Sicilian. Oh, you're there in the background. It was a half-point draw. It was a draw. He had to take perpetual check. Sun Prism. He had just a pawn and a bishop for a rook. He had sacked the exchange. Ended up having sacked the exchange, and the draw was the best he could get. Okay, so here. No, I mean, I wouldn't mind playing this type of stuff myself with white. I was looking at the Rossalimo. Oh my god, guys, I didn't show you my game from Sunday. I lost the bad Rossalimo against Redusa yesterday in our tournament. I need to know what I'm doing in the what's it called, Rossalimo, but that's another story. I was preparing to play against Rossalimo. Anyway, rook e1 looks good, and now e6, okay, or g6. I guess g6 is a more solid king side, but I don't know this position. We had this a couple times. Not me, with Sun Prism, maybe. Because I never play this. You know, I never play bishop d7 with black. Okay, e6 looks reasonable. I mean, this knight, like, if white gets in e5 eventually, like, sometimes the knight can go back to, like, g8. If black hits the structure with white square pawns, it's a lot like a Caro-Kann. Guys, thanks for supporting the stream. Freya Chess rated 9 minutes ago, and I totally missed it. I'm so sorry. Check her stream out. She does, like, Ligas. Lichess Bundesligas. Freya stream rated with a party of 8. Party of 8. We can put a couple tables together in the back, maybe. Alright. Party of 8. So, thank you, Freya Chess. Yeah, so c3. This is not the only way to play this, though. I mean, the thing is with c3, you're looking at playing a position where you're going to end up with a dark square pawn structure. And that's why I'm talking about stuff like d5, e5, knight g8. Because what ends up happening is you get a Caro-Kann type of structure where all white's pawns are on the wrong color. But I guess white's space advantage like compensates for the fact that he has a bad bishop against a good bishop. Plus the knight on d7 is very weird. Like, what's up with the knight on d7? If he gets this Caro-Kann structure with, like, d5, the knight is weird, you know? It has to go back to b8 later, or go to the terrible square b6. Um, so, c3. I'm just saying, like, you have obviously other ways to play. I mean, c4. I know this is a concept. And then it looks like b3 has the best score for white, but that shouldn't be anything special, honestly. White is normally better. This is like what I talked about on a couple streams a few months ago. Sun Prism, maybe you put in another game, and this is what happened in Kurdo versus Pigusov, circa 1997-98 at the World Open. It was something like this. John couldn't get anything, and the Grandmaster beat him with black. You know, just slowly doing nothing. But c3, you know, okay, the risk is that you're going to commit to a dark square pawn structure. So see, there's a few people that went here. This is obviously harmless, but it's playable. You're just, you know, it's just like a whatever. So d4, and now black doesn't have to play c takes d4, I guess, because the knight can recapture on c5. Like, if the knight were on c6, it would be a different story. He could even play d5. That's been played in a number of games. Problem now, though, the knight is going to have to go to e4, which could be a serious problem. Like, where, if you get an e5, where is his knight going? Back to g8? Because he can't go to e7 anymore with the bishop on e7. That's a problem. Knight b8, anyone? I don't think that's... That way I can retreat my other knight. No. So, okay, black's maybe not in a hurry to play d5. And by the way, if you play d5, white plays e5, you play knight e4, black has to be really fucking careful that he doesn't get his knight trapped. This is important, because if you play the structure with black, and it's like d5, e5, knight e4, f3 is going to trap your knight, unless you have like knight g5, which is awkward at best. So it's a tricky situation. We can see the most common move is castles here. Black has scored quite well. So what's the point? Do you think he's going back to e8 if e5? I've never seen this line, because I don't play this position for either side. It looks like e5. Yeah, knight e8. Because knight d5 just encourages c4 and further expansion. So this is what black has to do. It's kind of gross, but it's... Apparently it's fine. Alright, so c takes d4. You could take with a piece, theoretically, but it's not ambitious. I mean, right? I know a lot of class players are going to take with a piece here, but white gets nothing. This is correct. And now black played knight b6. And that is wild. So black is a 2162 ECF. Right. Well, no, white doesn't have light square bishop. There's no Greek gift. Of course. Prdojevic versus Kozul. I had a game with Prdojevic. Some kind of weird Roslimo. That's only 18 years ago. Okay, so you see like white's number one move here. I mean, black's number one move here is d5. But the problem with d5 is where you're going with knight e4. And now black has to be very careful because that guy gets trapped, right? But how? You know where to go. I can't play knight e1. So this is a move. I remember this. I remember seeing this. Line, I guess I studied this opening a long time ago. Consider playing it for black. Mate Gaspar, he passed away. He was Leiko's first coach. Rookie 1 with the idea of knight. Rookie 2 with the idea of knight e1. And then f3. Like an Aliakin. But your guy goes knight b6, so this is crazy. Danny King 1999. Ugly, but why not? So, you know, is a4, a5? Can we like pretend we're Kamsky playing the London system, like a4, a5, a6 or something? Well, he played bishop d2 in one game here. Now that's an inspired move. Bishop d2. You're not going to catch me playing bishop d2. That's creative. It's very creative. Some person ain't going to play bishop d2. Knight b6, incredibly ambitious. I would call it creative. So knight c3. Now castles. And now you played, yeah. A pass. Pass. This isn't a simul. h3 is a safe move. Okay. But it's also a sign. If you play a move like that, you're telling the opponent like you don't know what to do. If your opponent's smart, you know. While h3 is not a bad move, you don't have a plan. A4, A5 on the other hand is like very risky because you're going to weaken squares. It's the opposite of H3. It's like almost too aggressive. What I want to do is find a plan here that's constructive. B3 hasn't been played, but I think it should be considered. But it's also double-edged. I don't like the square. You know, I kind of want to kill the knight. But if black plays like this, he could also take advantage of us in some positions. B3 is slightly weakening. So someone here played bishop g5. That's like the lamest move ever. Seriously. I don't know what to do though. Maybe you're preparing bishop e3, but it's not a great square for your bishop. You know, you don't want to walk into this. Queen e2. Black just goes to the c file. Queen b3. Maybe now. That's an interesting move. Queen b3 looks reasonable. Arsenal said queen d3. Queen d3 is also good. I like both of these moves with the queen. Let's see what the computer says. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. No, two people played d5. I hadn't even considered it. No, d5 makes sense. And they both lost. No, d5 is completely logical. It's okay. Not the safest move, but it's, you know, putting the pawns on the right color. I'm honestly not sure whether black should play e5 or maybe just take. This should be considered. No? Isn't it funny that black played e5 in both games? e5, knight e8. I'm not impressed. What are you going to do? Play f5? What is this, a King's India? I like this because this pawn looks weak to me, you know? You could do stuff like rook c8 and threaten to sack the exchange. Come in here. You got rook e8. Black's very compact, man. I don't think that black should automatically play e5, you know? Let's check Mr. Engine. What does the engine say? I'm just saying I don't think that e5 is a no-brainer for black. Nope. I'm right. Fucking right. I'm always right. God damn it, Jerry. Slaggy's always right. How do you make that into like a Slaggy is always right. S-I-A-R. Sire. Yeah. S-I-A-R. Slaggy is always right. Sire. Where's Mr. Coffee? Come on, kids. You can't play E5 here. Slaggy is always right. S-I-A-R. It's a new word. It's like taco. This is the best move. E5 is a knee jerk. Black went on to win 2 games here, but black is worse. Plus 0.7, man. It's a huge advantage. Schieberspieler knows that. This is a good King's Indian. Alright, anyway, one was a 25-90, just overwhelmed the other player. But anyways, so D5's okay, but I don't think it's necessarily best. H3 is like, it's lame. I just want to mention one thing, by the way. There are cases where black can play D5, and if you play E5, they can sack a pawn. Like Bob Sakaponda. But, you know, once I had a game with like Fritz 3, and it took the pawn and like went over here, this can be kind of scary. So, with black. So, you know, that's only like, there's some exceptions where that can be pulled off. This is probably not one of them. So black shouldn't play D5 right away. But I just want to say that H3 helps black in this type of positions where you do like knight E4. Because you won't be able to play F3, the knight will go to G3. And you can't trap a knight on E4. Not relevant here with the knight on C3. Alright. Anyway, castles, H3, lame, C8. Guys playing well. And now the Arsenal fan move was played. Arsenal, maybe you should play D4. It looks like a Slav. Queen D3 is an excellent move. It reinforces C3, centralizes, contributes to E4. It controls C4. Excellent move for white. Maybe better than Queen B3. Queen B3 is more artificial. This is centralized. It does everything there. So, I like that move, what the guy did. Sun Prism here, yeah, Bishop F4 feels, what's the word? Mechanical. It's mechanical. Queen D3 is better. Bishop F4 is okay, but it's a little mechanical. I am a robot. Develop bishop. Right? I told you guys, I learned this from a Russian master when I was a kid. Vladimir Rubenchik. The bishop's already developed from its original square. That's why A4 is a really key idea. But again, a risky decision. I think this is a good move though. Botvinnik, you know, I could see a lot of players, a lot of grandmasters playing A4. Grishuk included. Grishuk did it to me in a knight f6 Scandinavian where he like sent my knight back to c8 in the opening. With an early a4 a5 somewhere that had been posted online years ago. Some blitz game I had with Grishuk where I got crushed. But yeah, I mean a4, there's knight c4, but that knight's not stable there. So this is the argument against like leaving the bishop on c1 is that your rook is not in the game. Well, you can refute that argument by developing the rook from its original square. Bishop's already developed from original square. Rook's already developed from original square. We don't need to move those pieces to develop them. They can be developed from their original squares. That's the point. You know, so set up like queen b3, a4, a5. So if you play like a4, what's he gonna do? Or let's say you play like queen b3, he plays queen d7, you play a4, now you're threatening a5, he plays I don't know. Maybe knight here. But white's better. White has more space. Okay, anyway, rook c8, bishop f4, mechanical man. This is also, you can come back to h2. You could play the London system. Save time and play the London system. Now e5. e5 is a no-no. I think e5, it's very committal. Black could just go here. We want to keep the tension. These pawns are good. You're going to want to... Oh, for black. Oh. After a4, well... Generally speaking, black should probably stay away from these e5 structures. Queen e7 is... Yeah, the way the guy played is pretty good. Mechanical. And then... Now he gets a little bit funky, right? I liked everything this guy did up until this point. You know, rook c4... I know this type of situation. You're gonna get yourself in trouble by doing this, maybe. Rook c4, bro. He's getting a little bit too ambitious, I feel like. He played solid and now suddenly he's like ambitious. Rook c4. Many a player has lost moves like that. So you have b3. If you play b3, you loosen yourself slightly, but I mean, where is he going to put his rook after b3? On c7? That's not ideal. c6 is not ideal. You know, he's going back to c8. Yeah, I think that, you know, you call his bluff here. But I guess the real question is, you call his bluff and then he calls your bluff and plays rook c7. And he says, I'm not afraid of your bishop on f4 and your London system. But I don't like his knight on b6. No, you should be okay. Like queen d3, rook c8, maybe even rook c2 yourself. I guess this h3 comes in handy because there's none of that. So it's an interesting game. Anyway, I don't like rook c4. I feel like the guy's gone too far. But I doubt this is the answer. I don't think this is the answer. Too committal. And so now, okay, this was his point. He has a neat idea here. Pawn takes. But it looks like, honestly, like both sides are still okay. Maybe e5 wasn't so bad. He can't take, right? What he could play... This is really... And this is all because he played rook c4, by the way. He could play knight e8, huh? It's extremely passive, obviously. He has to take with the bishop. But I don't know. You know? It's playable. So there's a lot of interesting stuff today. This is a good game too. I don't know, e5 is tempting, but I wouldn't play it. So it ends up being like a total the position totally transformed. It looks like an e4, e5 game now. And now you play b3, which is reasonable. He takes. Take with the queen, I don't know. Yeah, you ought to consider taking with the bishop, because either way you're gonna be, the guy's gonna be grabbing the c file here. But I guess queen takes, might as well. You don't have queen a3, I don't think. So queen d2. You have to consider white squares too. Maybe here queen b1 to keep him off of f5. Bogachog. Bogachaga. I um I had this like bad experience with the structure where I lost to Mendonca a couple years ago. Where I kept almost having the e6, but it just never materialized. He just blockaded it. It reminds me of an open Lopez, like g4, queen f5, maybe queen b1. So queen d2. But this is going to be kind of annoying in some positions. I guess it doesn't work here though. He doesn't have it. It's just take on e6. Takes, takes, and now he can go to f5. But he went to b5 instead. It doesn't look like white has any devastating... would you go to f5? I guess he's afraid of g4, and probably rightfully so. No, he has this, actually. What do you guys think? Queen f5? I don't really like queen b5. I mean, it looks like, what the fuck is it doing there? At least with queen f5, he's going into c2. No, g4, queen c2. Is there something there? I would figure the position is like equal. Well, rook c1, yeah, it's a draw. Typical Sun Prism game. Yeah, this would be like a standard draw. Instead the guy goes queen b5. I don't understand queen b5. Oh, it's a cheapo to play bishop b4. Christ. Maybe you'll miss bishop b4. I mean, are you serious? I mean, maybe this is his way of defending against discoveries or something. You know, he has this. I don't know. All right. But obviously it's the most obvious threat in the world, and no one is going to drop bishop e4. So, but I think you have options here. You know, if you had to win this game for $1 million, would you play rook c1? Obviously not, you know. If it's the Hungarian team championship, I had to win with white, and this is my position, and my team gets relegated if I don't win. I guess like knight d3. Protecting b4. And I have a little bit more space, and your knight sucks, you know. That knight sucks. It's never moved. Have you noticed Bobby Fischer said knights on knight 3 are bad? Knight went to knight 3, what was it, move 8? Move 9? When was it? Move 9. It hasn't moved since. Surprise? No, it's not a surprise, right? This, it's not good, you know? We have ideas. White is better here. You know, I think this guy should seriously play like bishop f6, and then you can trade off your active bad bishop with bishop e5. Worst case scenario, knight c6. The fuck is that? This, nothing. We just take it. No, but I mean, you know, this is a draw probably. I guess you're right though. I mean, maybe nice. Maybe you're still better here. It's another way to play it. I don't know. I think it's simpler to play it this way. No, maybe you're right. We force this. I don't know which way he takes with the queen. And we take here. But objectively, this is probably a draw, you know. So maybe in that sense, Arsenal fan, you're wrong. That you're a tiny bit better, but you're trading pieces. If you play knight d3, you're not trading pieces. Okay, here, we don't have to play bishop e5, obviously. Do I have this? Something like this? Yes. Maybe we don't trade any pieces. You know, I think that there you have to be careful that it's just not a draw. I know you have a bishop and he has a knight and his knight sucks, but it doesn't have to suck forever. Maybe you have some attacking chances. You know, I don't know. It's plus +0.9. White is better. But it's a tough call. Anyway, so you did this. Draw. Now we have a problem with these guys. Nothing major. It's still a draw. Yeah, I mean, I think here, dude, realistically, Sun Prism, no. I don't think we want to do H4. You're risking putting your pawns on the wrong color. You're playing a higher rated player, and it's a draw where you have a tiny bit better knight. Don't put your pawns on dark squares. On H4, he should probably play H5, to be honest with you. I mean, this isn't a threat. You know, why are we playing this? To attack him? It doesn't do anything. So on G6, I think there's a suggestion of this. Well, no, I mean, I'm like instantaneously playing Queen D7. It's a draw. This is a draw. Although theoretically, white has a pawn fixed on the dark squares that is impossible to remove. So, I mean, theoretically, this type of position can be a little better for black, because this pawn will never get off that dark square. And the rest of the pawns can all move, but these cannot. So black's king in the center, pawn fixed on the dark square. It's a draw, but white has to be careful, you know, not to do anything stupid. But if you start putting more pawns on the wrong color, now it's like, you know, this is becoming a systemic problem. It may still be a draw, but the more pawns you put on the wrong color, the more likely it's going to be an issue. And now you attacked with H5. Yeah, this is really strange. I mean, okay, fine, H5. Yeah, don't fix the pawn. He made a mistake. He should have played H5 himself. That was a major mistake. Unless you have some kind of weird tactic, like, you know. No, this is a huge move. The dude needs to play H5. Knight E1, yes. Good maneuver. Karpov. Anatoly Karpark. Okay, H5 actually, in retrospect, not a bad move because, you know, trading that off is better than leaving it fixed on a dark square. Though, you know, you have to be careful here. And now, Sun Prism, of all people, who loves draws, and he's facing a player 200 points higher, avoids the exchange of queens here. Why not? Okay, fine. I would take the draw. You win queen d3. I also think you should probably exchange this pawn, but okay, fine. Keep the tension. And now he goes queen g4. You exchange. Takes. Okay, takes. These pawns could be flexible and dangerous, but it's still a draw. Bishop b8 doesn't do anything, does it? He just plays a6. So I think your bishop is... Yeah, if you go back this way, black's going to play bishop d6. And you're going to regret that. So yeah, I think this is a good call. Probably. It should be a draw, but black plays queen e4 now. Oh, fuck. Alright. Knight e1 is out. We really should have exchanged queens. Queen d1. We play queen d2. Okay, threatening to go to h6. But be careful of the white squares. Knight c8. Finally! It took him 20 moves to move his knight. He lets you in there. Holy moly. Bishop f8. He has it under control. Check in bishop e5. You got no tactics. You got to be careful you're not getting yourself stuck in there. Oh no. You had this. Wow. What a move. Wow. What a move. Dude, you lost this game. Check here. You lost this game. That's so sad. That was a devastating blow. Wow. No, but now, aren't you close to winning? I mean, don't you have like bishop f6? Okay, g6 is protected. But still, I think this wins. Dude's knight, he's fucked. Everything is bad. This, this, this. After bishop f6, it's over, right? Jeez. Probably time pressure. Oh my god, you have the beautiful shot. Spiller is a religious man. He loves giving up stuff and praying. Yeah. Yeah. Give up g6 and pray. The g5 is hanging too. But maybe you can get the pawn on d4. I don't know. Maybe there's an even stronger move, but bishop f6 looks really good. You gotta break his... You gotta break his defenses here. Queen endgame. Oh, okay. You mean allowing a queen endgame? Like on bishop f6, you don't... You just let him take on e7, take back, give up the g6 pawn, and play. Because the king and pawn game is maybe a draw if you don't win a pawn. Like, just for argument's sake, you know, just to prove a point, like this is probably a draw. Despite the fact that black has inferior structure. Well, you're going to win a pawn. You know, this is what Spiller is talking about. Like, some kind of endgame where he can hold on. A pawn down. You know, check, king h2, queen takes f2. Well, here, this is a definite draw. But anyway, you get the point. So queen f6 is a blunder. Check, king h2. He goes back to f5. Wow. And now he's starting your f2 pawn, but that's probably not... Okay, that's probably a perpetual type of threat. We don't really want to trade queens. But if we avoid the exchange of queens, he's taking f2. Check on h8 leaves your queen really out of play. But maybe the best thing to do here is then do some really sick moves like g4. That might not be enough. f3. You know, something solid like f3. Make him trade on your terms. Where I don't know. You know, maybe Bobby Fischer could win this. White's a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, this is panicking. You're still a tiny bit better. but it's that pawn on the wrong color that allows black to save the game. You know, but objectively here, if he plays g4, what's the king and pawn in game? Take king up. I mean, this is difficult to calculate. Can black play g4 and do like a force field? Knight on g6. Is it like a forever force field? Do we have a waiting? We have waiting moves. Yeah. We have this tempo here with g3. So he can't allow the king and pawn in game. So he had to. So he had to give you this pawn. But okay, he did the right thing. This is probably a draw. Yeah, like, this is funny, Schieberspieler. In my last team match, there was a game where our little kid on the last board had a similar endgame, very similar endgame, where he was black with a knight, except he was like up a pawn. Like, imagine white just has an A pawn, and there's no B3 pawn. Black is up a pawn, all right? So imagine that is the endgame, and his opponent, this girl on the last board on the other team, got her king, you know, kind of in a better position, maybe like e3, and she played, essentially she played like f3 and g4. Black's pawn is on f4, and he just let her play g4 and like let her have like a passed pawn. He just like left his pawn on f4. Game over. Black was a pawn up and lost because the bishop and the outside pawn was so strong. He could have taken en passant, and I almost had a heart attack. She goes g4. The guy had like f4 takes g3, dead draw. Pawn up, knight versus bishop, 3 against 2. He leaves the pawn on g4, protected passer, and just loses. You know, I was like, oh my god, I had a heart attack. We almost like got relegated because of that. Bishop e3. The little kids need to learn endgames. That was the problem with my last team. You know, Hobogoy, they were horrible. The endgame, the play of like club players and endgames it's horrible. I'm bad enough, but I mean, the average level of endgame play in club level is really bad. King g3. Well, no, I mean, okay, we need to get this pawn going, so it's tough. King g3 is probably okay, right? It doesn't matter. We're gonna go king f4, king g3, king up f4, king defend, then f3, and then g4. How the heck do you lose? No. A4 is like a shit show. You're winning over there. Look over there. Over there, not over there. Over there. Cheer. Great analysis. No, but I mean, come on. You have a passed pawn. You have a majority on the king side. Why are you playing a4? There had to be some tactics you're calculating. The knight jumping around, checks, attacking your a2 pawn. You know, you're probably calculating stuff, but ultimately the position, you know, dictates that you're supposed to create a passed pawn. The first thing that Schieberspieler said was, endgame outside pawn, bishop, it's good, you know. Bishop with pawns on both sides of the board. I'm not saying you're winning, I don't know, you know, but you are better. But this, you don't follow the plan. This is where, you know, maybe it's a draw, but you have a very good chance that he's going to mess it up. One bit. Don't spend all your bits in one place, but thank you. It's the thought that counts. Yeah. So if you're afraid of knight b4, right, like Sheeper's like here, bishop d2. But I mean, anyway, a7's hanging. He can't do anything. You know, he needs to play a6 before he does anything. In the meanwhile, you're getting your pass pawn going. I don't think that a4 contributes anything, really. It weakens b3. Maybe not a big deal, though. It's a neutral move, but it's not playing where you have an advantage. d4, now he has this square, but you're still winning. I mean, you're still clearly better. d4, bishop d2, knight e5. Now, what is he threatening? Knight d3 check? And then knight c5. So, if you're looking for monsters under the bed, you've probably found one by now. And its name is knight c5. Knight d3 and knight c5. I love that movie, by the way, like Monsters Incorporated. As an adult, it was funny. Now you played b4, but it might not be a bad move. You address the issue. Although check and then knight b2. Your king ended up like blocking this pawn here. b4 check, no check. He just goes with knight c4 and d3. Oh shit. Oh no, are you serious? I missed knight c4. Oh my god. So b4 like loses directly in one move. Holy fuck. You block your own bishop? You gave him c4. I didn't see it either. Because we're anticipating the monsters on the bed, right? Here, here. You made a bigger monster on c4. So what, b4 is like the losing move? Holy shit. So the point is like, okay, if f3, he has check. And now you don't want to block your pawn, so you have to go to g5. This is covered, right? And we're mobilizing our g pawn, maybe our f pawn. He can go to knight c5. But even if he wins a pawn, it doesn't mean you're like lost. It's very common in these type of endgames that you easily draw down a pawn. Though this example may not be the best. I'm not sure about this. We got ourselves pretty bottled up here, allowing that knight to e5. a4 was a really serious mistake. Damn. You know, you could have even played like g4. Probably asked to take. I don't think you can really lose here. But it looks like f3 is probably best. Maybe Schieberspieler's right. Maybe bishop d2. I guess we're going to see something similar, but see, this is really important. If we play Schieberspieler's move, you're likely to be down a piece. Bishop d2, you know, knight e5, you have this. We're never losing that. d4, we have this. But probably even better to just go f3, knight e5, g4. We're not losing this position, right? I mean, we're never losing this position. Bangtown, California back with 5 gift subs. Garrett, Rogers, Dig Dug, Manji, Bogachog, and Valentine. But theoretically, you're better. I'm playing this position for win. a4 is a mistake. d4, bishop d2, knight e5. Now, b4 is like the losing move. b4 is the losing move. Can we save the game with f3? His knight's really annoying on d3. Thank you, Bangtown, for the donation, sir. New stream boss. Bangtown is now the stream boss. No, Bogachog is the stream boss. How did Bogachog? Bogachog became stream boss. Bogachog got stream boss? How did he do that? Because he was the one who got the gift sub that put it over the edge? Thanks, Arsenal fan. He must have been the gift sub that put it over the edge. Can we lose here after 93 check? Yeah, we can lose. This is very, very difficult now. Alright. Incredibly awkward. Damn. Man, just like one or two bad moves and we went from like better to lost. Alright guys, b4, knight c4. Bishop e1, kablam. Oh no. Okay, don't give up hope. Win or 50 moves. We're not giving up hope here with that outside pawn. It's a strong decoy. It was a strong decoy. b5 check. So a6 is our last chance. Not much of a last chance, though. I think practically speaking, you should try one more move. Play a6. Maybe a trick or something. Yeah. Alright, good game. Tough loss, man. Alright, we gotta go on. This is King's Indian defense. Is this you? You're playing the King's Indian defense. No. Is this King's Indian defense game? Guys, I gotta go. It's late, but we got 2 last games. No. Alright, I don't know whose game is that. Practicing always, just send me that game. Okay. If anybody knows whose game that is, tell me. It's like a bishop f5, fianchetto, King's Indian. I don't remember if that's left over from last week or who sent that in. Oh no, that's okay, I know who this is. This is Iatan. This is Iatan. So castles, knight c6, knight c3, bishop f5. This is all theory. Knight h4, bishop d7, and now knight f3, of course, just repeating. So objectively, you need to play a better move here. I mean, maybe the safe, like b3 or something. You're offering a draw, but I mean, he's gained time by playing bishop d7 for free. Objectively, I would say, like, don't play knight h4 then, you know? I mean, the way I normally play here is b3. I had this game in the Hungarian Team Championship. b3, knight e4, bishop e2. It's very solid for white. I don't like putting my knight out on the side with knight h4, particularly unless you know exactly what you're doing. Apparently f4 is theory, but not for everybody. Hype train! Yeah, h6 is a strange move by black. I think. Really? Now you got to be very careful here. There's Black Lives Matter and White Moms for Liberty, and that's how we break it down. Black Lives Matter are concerned with dark squares, and the Moms for Liberty are controlling the white squares. So when you play the white side of the King's Indian, you have to be very careful about this Black Lives Matter square, d4. And when you play e4 here, black has bishop g4. and you may have trouble, you know, maintaining control of d4. So, I mean, my advice would be to play like h3 first before you play e4, or at least consider doing so. Not to say that there aren't other ways to play it, but this looks risky, you know, because your d4 square, you know, he has bishop g4, and he has the text move as well, e5, and now d5, and he has knight d4, and he doesn't play it, but I mean, maybe he doesn't have it, huh? But anyways, I wouldn't play e5 if I was black. I don't know if Iotan's here, but I would play bishop g4. Definitely. So after e5, maybe you're better, actually. If he doesn't have the sack with knight d4, knight d4, pawn d4, queen d4, I don't see enough compensation here for black. Rook e8, and the queen moves. It's not enough. There's no real compensation. Okay, so he has to go back, and then knight e7 would be like, I think, much more normal. Black's move is atrocious. How's black in FM? I mean, are you serious? There's no way. Okay, he wants to go to a6. All right, whatever, man. I mean, it's got to be better to go to e7. I guess he wants to try to, you know, play a5 and knight a6 or something. So that's what he does. Okay. But I think your position's pretty good now. h3 is standard. b6. Yeah, this is a little better for white. Though I don't know about exchanging on c5. That's tricky business. I don't understand King's Indian defense. Is this your game? I thought this was Iotan's game. It's your game. Alright, before I thought we said no. So maybe it's better not to make this exchange. I mean, you're not obligated to make this exchange, right? I have had games where like the people do this and then they play like white will go a4 and stick a knight on b5 and like, but realistically what you want to do is it's probably something like a3 and b4, break up a structure. People sometimes will do that who are just like happy with the draw with black. I mean with white. Um, but you know, from white's perspective, I don't think that, you know, knight takes c5 is something you have to do immediately. Like you may consider not playing it. Play it maybe later. Take care. This is definitely difficult to say what should do. Um, King h7, King h2. See, there's something that happens in these structures where the c pawn comes to c5, it controls d4, and that's going to help black later on if we get to some scenario where, you know, we're playing like f4, f5, whatever. I mean, having control of d4 means you don't have the ability to put a piece on d4, and that's why I'm reluctant to do like knight takes c5. All right, this is rather artificial, but I guess it's possible. So black can play f5 anyway. Then you take. There's a very funny line here. This is never going to happen, but just for argument's sake, knight f4 would be funny. That doesn't work. Alright. Some lines where we have some sort of knight f4 tactic for black. Maybe. f5. Pawn takes pawn. Bishop takes. g4. You know, I'm not sure about this. Not 100% sure. I think that bishop f3 is it's very artificial. I mean, the normal way to play this position would probably be f4 yourself, right? But then you have to watch for the old like queen swinging out here. You can defend against that in many different ways. On the other hand, maybe you shouldn't play f4, but I mean it's difficult to say. Like maybe rook b1, rook e1. Wait for him to play f5, then we take and blockade with like f4. But again, this is going to be very helpful for black. The fact that he has a pawn on c5, controlling the d1 square. So here, I don't know, he might have had something creative. He goes back, you go back. You're effectively offering a draw. Queen e7, okay. b3. Now he has a4 break. I don't know if it's good, but he can consider it. Rook fb8, queen d3. Allowing this break, which you probably couldn't prevent anyway. Yeah, so this is tough. You're getting like a lobster crab. Magnus did this to me in an endgame where he had both breaks on both sides of the board. You really shouldn't take on a4 if you can maintain the structure, you know. Maybe your best bet here is to play knight b5, dude. You have one problem though. Your bishop would really like to come back here to be able to like guard that guy on b5. So if you had moved your f rook away, it would be better. So after this, okay, no, this move might be all right. Bishop takes a4. It's fine. It's fine. You still have an outside pawn. Yeah, all right. You're okay. Bishop takes a4. Rook b1. This is good. This is good. Okay, bishop d7. And now this square. Yeah, you just traded. You have an outside pawn. It was fine. You're better. But now you run out of stuff to do. Yeah. Black showed a lot of maturity. Now this f4 is in the air. Magnus is gonna go postal on you here. He waited. f4 was best. He kept attention. And this might be a serious mistake. Because you open the long diagonal here. Again, he has an anchor on d4. So it's like in the other line, it was probably best to go here. Probably best defense. Try something like this. But black can creep up with like bishop f6, bishop g5, etc. Magnus is going to beat you here. Just like he did Andy Woodworm. f4, g takes f, e takes f, bishop f2. And now this is really strong, dude. You got h3. Ooh. Yeah, you're in trouble, dude. Morales is going to checkmate you here. g5, h5. That's a move that is a huge idea in these types of positions. But now black loses the thread. I don't know what black should do, but it should have something to do with the king side. I mean, here, you're threatening something like knight takes c7. Actually, black can defend against that though. Like, can he just go here? Knight a4. Bishop a6 is... Yeah, I don't know, man. Bishop a6 is a weird move. I don't like bishop a6. I mean, his bishop is too important on that diagonal. Put it on a6 and block his own rook. You know, I don't like this move at all. He can play knight a4. It's perfectly fine. You know, you're like kind of paralyzed here. It's not so easy for him either, but I mean, he has chances. But this move is weird. Bishop a6 was not a good move. He totally lost the thread there. And this is a disaster. He's lost like practically all of his advantage. Now he has knight takes d5 though. I don't understand what's happening. Knight takes d5, queen c6 maybe. Knight takes d5, queen c6. So there's a trick. Okay. He saw it. But you're not really as bad as you were. He's trying to win a new way, like on the dark squares. If you can get knight versus bad bishop, this outside pawn is obviously very important for you. You played good, a good game. But I think you want to trade queens. You know, are you against trading queens because you're safer if you trade queens? You know, you won't get checkmated. Yeah, finally you offered a trade of queens. Now he refuses it. And then a4. So he has g4 now. But it may not work, right? You just take the f pawn. Plays f3, discovered check. You have no place to put your king. Oh man, this is Morales, right? Morales. Oh my god. Oh, you take with the queen? No. Oh my god, this doesn't work. Wait. There is a line, right? Takes, f3 check. Oh no, bishop g3. Oh, this doesn't work, dude. g4 is really strong. It just wins on the spot. It's a one-move shot. You know, how does the guy miss it, though? You know? This is time pressure. And after a few moves, you lost. Well, you should take a draw if you could. But, okay. Fast. The game feels like a very fast time control. Finally, my last game for today. Camel Vulture. Camel clutching Vulture. e4, c6. Hermanos. Or white, it's a Caro-Kann, and white plays the e5. Finally. 1500, what? You drew a 1500 Indian. You mean he said his rating is 1500, but his real rating is 2300. Bro, like, you have to be really careful what tournaments you play in, because I was watching like what I had some friends who played in Charlotte in like the at least 21 tournament, and it's like they're just like drawing with 1800s and stuff. You mean like 1500 USCF or 1500 FIDE? I think I drew with the 1500 USCF like back in 1988. Provisional, okay. Well, that, yeah, that could be anything. All right, so C5, D takes C, and then black, can play E6. This is the more aggressive move, the older move. And you maybe don't know you're supposed to play F4 here. Did you know that? Camel Vulture? No, it's like the move. This is huge. You shouldn't play this opening if you don't know it, because it's really difficult. Although maybe you know another line, But I mean, I know for a fact this is White's best. I even did some videos about it years ago, but okay, it's not new. Look at these games, 2017. It's like from before COVID, it started to be trendy. There's some crazy shit, like black can play G5. I mean, I don't know. This hasn't been... The best move against G5, by the way, is not taking. Just for your edification. You can check it with the engine. But maybe you would figure that out. I mean, here. No, I was wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different position, huh? Computer does like taking. It's close. G5 novelty. For sure this move's been played. Like on lead chess. Takes cojones to play G5. I think we're gonna see some high rated players there. 2960, 2884. Mostly the same guy. Every like 12-year-old FM has like 7 accounts on Lead Chess, and they're all like 2900. But anyways, F4 is critical. So I don't know if there's any other good option here for White. The older systems aren't great. Like Bishop E5. I don't think it's so great. So what did you do? You did Knight F3 now. Maybe you can transpose to something good. Like if they play E6, you're back into like a Karyakin type of thing. But this is the problem, right? Like Bishop G4. That's what he does. So I feel like this is like really old type of theory. Botvinnik, Karls. So let's see. Well, it's not that old. There's a game for 2008. Interesting. Well, E6 would be transposing. Bishop G4. And now Bishop B5. Queen A5 check. Schieberspieler, we should ask about this, because I gave up playing the Caro-Kann. He said he did too. He's an ATM. For rating points. This is apparently some older theory. Yeah, so your opponent finally makes a kind of weird move. A6. You take and you play Queen D4 or what? Or you develop. A6 is terrible. But the question is what to do now, right? I see like you play Queen D4 and the engine like called you on it. B4 is insane. No way you're finding that. It's a computer move. Bishop E3 leaves B2 weak. I would play Queen D4. But I guess either way, like he goes E6. No, he goes Bishop takes F3 followed by E6. And then if you defend your C5 pawn, then... Alright. You probably Yeah, I can see how this goes, right? He takes, you play queen d4, he takes, he plays e6, you defend with bishop e3, he plays rook b8, your b pawn's hanging, and he's threatening rook b4. But that didn't happen. This is a crazy move, man. I mean, you're not going to find that unless you're really, really tactically minded. It's a cool idea. I mean, how bad is this for black? Wow, queen a5. Oh my god. So if he trades, you get like a really comfortable sort of bind. So he goes back. That's the engine line. This is wild. Knight d2. This, you got knight b3. It's a crazy line. So you play queen d4. He plays bishop f3, and now you play b4. Okay. Totally. I'm tired and I missed it. Of course you played b4. So that stops all the bullshit with rook b8. Now he attacks this. You take back. He plays e6. And I get what you're saying. But I mean, you get what you deserve for playing this greedy, the greedy pawn grab style. That's why you should play like f4. Um, but still, I imagine that you might still be better here. We need to consolidate. f4. Yeah, it's ugly. This guy's no 1500, but they all have like a million courses on Chessable. I used to say like don't play the white side of the the Yugoslav dragon against little kids. But now it's like don't play the white side of the Caro-Kann. Someone on sound hasn't been back. I don't know. He's probably working, but I hope he doesn't I hope he didn't like leave because I called him a computer. He does play like. I think he's a good guy, and I trust him, but he really beat me too many times. I lost my mind. He can't beat me every fucking game. It's ridiculous. But what do you do here? F4 is like obvious, but it puts more pawns on the wrong color. He's got this A5 break, but in that case you can play B5. That's actually kind of interesting. You need to play like some kind of out of the box type game here. Rook B1 could be useful. Seriously, Rook B1? Obviously, we've got to like accept that he's going to put his knight on F5, live with that, but we've got to secure E5. There's things you've got to do. You've got to secure E5. You've got to make sure your king is relatively safe. It's like a laundry list of things to do here. It's funny, though, you castled. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't even consider castling for white here. It's pretty funny. It never entered my mind, really. Rook B1, F4, Rook G1 crossed my mind. Even the very awkward and bad Bishop F4. Castles to me looks like really robotic and unnecessary. I mean, this move is this idea, but I think obviously like you're going to need to play F4, and black has different approaches, probably with knight f5. But do you really need to play castles immediately? Is there a rush? So okay, castles, and now knight e7. Now this pawn is endangered. So your idea was that you could protect with a rook without playing f4. I hadn't considered it. All right. So what could possibly go wrong? It has to dawn on us around here somewhere that we're playing a 1500 and we have like no way to like beat him. No, you might have c4. You've got to play c4. It's gonna have to be c4. I mean, that's the one that usually breaks the Caro-Kann. You know. I can't believe he played a5, dude. But maybe it makes sense now. Shit. Fuck. I mean, the point was earlier, like, he couldn't play a5 because you have b5. But now he can do it. Oh my god. This guy's a genius. Of course. And now, if b5, he just takes. Right? Well, maybe you have something. Probably not. It's actually not so clear. What do you think about b5? It's the best move. Yeah, you definitely should have considered it. It's very bad if you didn't consider it. I don't know what that time control was here. It has to be considered. Yeah, this guy's positionally like a genius. No 1500. If he's a 1500, he has his phone with him. Oh my god. Caveman. I told you you're supposed to play c4. Now, while you're at it, you have knight b5, right? Or Arsenal fan style. It's the same thing. Okay. This is obviously not forced. We might be slightly optimistic. But yeah, I mean, he's starting like bishop takes c5. And what now? Rook d8. Queenside castles doesn't work. So if he takes back, he can take back with e-pawn. But I mean, there you're totally screwed. Your holistic pawn structure approach not really paying dividends here. Camel culture and the holistic pawn structure. That's one possibility. The other possibility, he goes adventurous, takes this way, allows check, and then moves his king. When it's not clear if you really have enough. Obviously. You bluffed him, and he played rook d8. And now I was expecting, I don't know, like c4, I guess. C4, anyone? Oh my god. Yeah, no, I mean, after this is like, I think he's still slightly better, right? Because like this is too slow. There he's only slightly better. This way he's like winning, but he's afraid. Probably looked at this, rejected that, but has just king d8. That's his only 1500 move. But this way, what's the problem? Wow, c4 is actually good. I kind of lost faith in your position. I have to admit, I lost faith in your position. I thought this isn't enough, too. It still was the best try. I would have played it, but I was already going to resign. So you play knight f6 check instead, creating chaos and opening the g file for black. It's alright, your king is safe on h1. Here. He probably shouldn't check, though, because there's still a chance he could castle. Theoretically. Yeah, this is a mess. I hope this was like a rapid game or game 30 or something. The moral of the story is don't play the advanced variation unless you really know your shit. I can't play it, man. I can't even play it like in rapid. It takes immense understanding. Maybe like study like every Michael Adams game. I don't know. Queen c7, e takes f, and now black played check. How did you survive? It was the triple pawns or the double pawns? The single pawn. We have to triple, a double, and then a single over here. It looks like bowling. He's gonna be picking up like a lot of spares. There's structure. This is like 1, 2, 3, yeah, 8 pin bowling. That's a great structure. Oh! Oh no! That's amusing. Wow. And the point is, you pin him. No. Why not? He has queen c7. Is there some chance that you have something here for real? Do you have... I mean... No? Rook d1, queen c7, queen e8 check. Wait. Rook d1... Well, he can play other moves too. Wow, this is... d1 is bad. This is the saving move, rook b1. That's a nice swindle to get a draw against a 1500. I've been plagued by these 1500s on Lichess. Now they're popping up in real life. You traded queens here? You have to be kidding me. Okay. What is it, a perpetual? Like, you didn't want to draw? You wanted to lose. So you have queen a8 check, rook d8, queen a4 check, right? It's a draw. And queen a8 check, queen d8, rook b8. And if he tries to play queen d7, you have c6. I don't know if that's enough, but like check, rook d8, queen a4 check, queen d7, c6. And yeah. I mean, this is a serious problem for him. So, that's crazy. Was this like game 15 or something? Queen takes c7 and you didn't lose? Oh my god. No, you have a check. Oh, my bad. Okay. I didn't see you're winning his bishop. I'm sorry. I didn't understand why you're trading queens. You can do that. You're actually playing for a win. Check here takes. Oh no. You're down a piece anyway. That's not good. It's a weird way to play for a win. But people do desperate things. It's like when you're in the desert and you think like You see a mirage? That's where you are in this game. You saw a mirage. Oh, look, there's a little valley over there with like water and plants. Unbelievable. Oh, you almost got mated or lose a rook. Oh my god, this is so sick. So if he takes on a6, I don't want to know. Check. If he takes on a6 now, you have rook a1 check, and you're actually better. I wonder if he would have like a fortress with his knight or something. King takes a6 check. Rook a5, rook a8 check. Rook a7. This is stupid, right? Yeah. No, he's lost. Alright, so he can't do that. He has to go there. And yeah, I mean, he has to round up this pawn. And you have another outside pawn. You have lots of F pawns. This is funny. Poor guy. No, no, you did that? No check in h7? But wait, I don't understand. You played rook d8? Wait, what happens if you check in h7? It's a fortress draw. But I mean, does this guy have the courage to draw with knight and 2 pawns against rook and 2 pawns? I would play like check and h7. Okay, maybe you're giving him too much credit. There's something wrong with the score sheet? Okay, that's possible. But I mean, even if it was possible, it would be kind of interesting. You know, like h8, takes. It's a draw. But I don't think the 1500 is guaranteed to draw this. You know, they might likely make a mistake and lose. Although, it's probably very concrete if black knows what they're doing, I guess. So yeah, maybe something's wrong with your score sheet. Alright, so rook d8, and then you got the rook endgame. Unbelievable. Alright guys, thanks, long one today. It was fun though. I enjoyed the games today. Thanks everybody. Thank you for your support and raid by Froya Chess and Bogachog, new stream boss. Learn to play the Advanced Caro-Kann with National Master Camel Culture, and yeah, thanks to the gift subs from Devery. We are glad for your support, guys. We had Bangtown, California with 5 gift subs. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. See you Friday for some Blitz. Bye-bye.